Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Logan. Tonight, the drunken bard muses, and tonight I'm here with my brother and Netzel, and my actual brother Marc, and we're musing about Blind Guardian, which probably my favorite power metal band. Period. Which I might not be saying too much, since I think the number of power metal bands that I really like and love, I could count on one hand.
One
But
finger, even? No, I'm joking.
Iron Maiden, Blind Guardian, and Iron Maiden doesn't
Iron
count,
Maiden,
but
yeah.
yeah,
A lot of their recent stuff. But yes, I agree with that. Well, except for the only count on one hand.
yes.
I need at
To me,
least two hands.
this is the third iteration of a discography ranking and discussion I've done with Marc, and I think this is the most important one for him.
Yes.
The other two that we've done, Mastodon and In Flames, those are bands that are very, very important, for me and my journey into the metal genre. And Blind Guardian definitely is as well, but I think it's a little bit more important for Marc. Like, would you say this is your favorite band? Is that safe to say, or
Yeah, it's safe to say.
like I know growing up, like after you introduced it, definitely like enveloped you like no other band that I'd seen.
Yes.
You quickly acquired most of their releases. They did those vinyl.
Quickly started buying.
Yep, they did those vinyl reissues, and you bought collectively as they came out.
They're the only albums I bought new, or vinyls as they've been released.
Dude, records are too expensive to buy new unless they mean as much as those Blind Guardian ones do. But anyway, thanks for anyone who's going to join us on our epic dive into this prestigious power metal band. And I already see that Marty in the chat. What's up? What's up, Marty? I broke my arm on the 4th of July of all days. Probably the most American way to spend your 4th of July holiday, right? Blowing up something and then breaking something and injuring yourself. And it was, believe it or not, I was at a work event, so hopefully Workman's Comp will handle this. But Mark, I was doing some research in preparation for this by watching your deep dive discussion with Zoller and Alan, and that kind of helped give me some perspectives on Blind Guardian as I was listening. I actually noticed some new things due to like your guys' stream, so it's cool to kind of have that as a reference point in preparation for this.
Yeah, I watched it as it came out, right? So when you first streamed it,
the live, So, cheers! Right now, I just actually have coffee because.
Are you sure that's not beer?
This might be a long one. I could be beer. I do have a German beer stein, though, in honor of German power metal band. I think we already drank all the German beer earlier, so
we need to do more German bands in the future.
I definitely. Gamma Ray, huh? I'd have to do a lot of research on that one. No, anyway, this is an important band, I think, for the both of us. And as I said, for me, it was like my introduction to power metal was through this band. I think going through all the different genres, this is one of the first ones I was recommended when it came to power metal.
At this point, we've played Guitar Hero and Dragon Force. There are a few.
I was already familiar with Dragon Force.
There are a few other power metals, 2000s power metals.
So I guess here's the thing: I already knew of like what power metal was, but none of it was remotely interesting to me. Like I had heard,
like Hammerfall,
definitely Hammerfall, probably Hearts on Fire. And also I think I heard Manowar. there was those what is it, World of Warcraft like music videos with Man of War.
And Dream Evil has one too that I remember. We're the Chosen Ones. I think that was
it. And yeah, it was all too slow and drawn out for me. And I think I stumbled upon a list of power metal to check out, and Mirror Mirror was like the #1 song on the list. And it was that, the album cover for the single, the dude trucking through the snow. I was like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was some of the fastest, like catchiest music that I'd heard up to that point. I don't think I was
out of all that stuff,
ready for it. It was just
besides Dragon Force.
Yeah, it was intense in almost like a thrash metal way, but then was so much more, drenched in melody and bombast that I was like immediately hooked. But Marc, how did you get introduced to this band? I'm gonna crack a beer.
Well, my brother
while you
was
your brother.
Mirror Mirror on the Wall. This first song I listened to.
Was it as well?
Yeah.
There you go.
The first album I listened to was Imaginations.
Okay. So I found 2 of their albums, thankfully Nightfall and Imaginations, kind of back to back at the same used bookstore. And Nightfall was first, but Imaginations probably clicked with me before Nightfall ended up clicking with me. That makes sense. Like I was hung up on a couple songs from Nightfall, whereas Imaginations was like an immediate, like, oh yeah, all the way through. This is a great album.
Yes.
But let's dive in a little bit into kind of the history, if you will. So Blind Guardian originally formed in 1984 as Lucifer's Heritage, as we know. What was impressive to me is that they kind of only had one lineup change since their initial formation. Like they only switched drummers once, and that was it. And really, other than that, they've had maybe a rotating group of like people who were live with them as keyboard players and bassists and stuff.
Guest vocalists.
But to me, it's impressive to have that core number of dudes for coming up on 40 years. Like that's impressive, and I think that's helped a lot with the amount of control this band has had for their sound.
I guess it's been pretty even with the drummer too, because it's 20 years for each drummer.
Yeah. But so Lucifer's Heritage was what they were originally, and they changed their name because they were worried it was going to be too satanic. I think at this point they were well aware of Venom and Merciful Fate and didn't want to be associated with black metal. Like black metal, I guess, was already kind of being thrown around in the mid to late 80s. So changed their name to Blind Guardian, and I learned inspired by Fate's Warning album, Awaken the Guardian. So, and cheers to James, man. If you're looking for a Blind Guardian album to check out, hang around. We'll have a couple recommendations. I think you'll probably like the earlier era if you like thrash or speed metal. So, yeah, Lucifer's Heritage released 2 demos. I believe one in 1985 and one in 1986. I listened to for the first time the one today. Marc, had you heard that demo in the past?
The one we listened to today, yeah. I may have.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was that just which demo was that? Because
I think it was the 86
one. Those were the ones on bonus tracks. On a remaster.
guess a certain one we will talk about shortly. But
I don't know. I haven't listened to the first demo, I don't think.
so the one that came out in '86, 5 songs. Song 1 is called Brian, based off of the life of Brian, the Monty Python movie, which honestly that's one of my favorites off of the demo. Made me think of Iron Maiden's self-titled album. A lot of the new wave of British heavy metal elements, and Hansi actually sounds like Paul Di'Anno to me on that one, like a very much more shouted in like a kind of a punk way, versus the even like the screaming he'll start to do in the debut album.
It's more staccato or like attack.
And then there is the song Halloween, which is named to the Wizard's Crown. And after that, I guess her name, Lucifer's Heritage, was instrumental, and then followed by
Symphonies of Doom.
Symphonies of Doom. Thank you. Yeah.
And then Dead of the Night.
Those 2 songs definitely sound like a new band kind of figuring out how to write music. It's a little clunky. Like you can hear the speed metal kind of creeping in, but then it'll like try to transition to a chorus which sounds more like new British heavy metal influence or where they're heading, and it just comes out of nowhere. You're kind of just thrown into it, you know, like there needs to be a smoother transition there. Any other thoughts on the demos or anything? It's a cool addition to have.
Well, there was that other vocalist on Symphonies of Doom.
Yes.
I don't remember his name.
He is the guitarist, I believe.
Oh,
I think it's Marcus.
Andre Olbrich or Marcus? Okay, yeah.
Oh. Yes, I had Turbo Dog earlier today. I'm already one Turbo Dog in. So another will be later after I finish this Vita Lager. You a local? Okay, so from there, we're ready for the debut. Marc, you got a bunch of stuff to show off during this stream. As I said, this is going to be your hour to shine, be in the spotlight. You got
Battalions of Fear.
Battalions of Fear. The debut came out in 1988, and he's got the reissues over here.
There we go. The issue on vinyl. Got color disc. You know, some people like black, but I like the color.
Marc, what are your thoughts? Do you prefer when there's a colored vinyl?
I mean, I like looking at it when it spins around, you know.
I think when it matches, like the album cover.
If it fits with the and this has that orange that we get from the fucking.
And so what bonus songs are on that pressing?
There aren't any.
Oh, it's just the album.
Well, they have Gandalf's Rebirth, which I guess that was also on the CD, but not on the original vinyl.
Up for debate. Cool.
But,
all right. So now off to the spreadsheets, right? So as is tradition for these streams, we have spread. Oh yeah,
that's the inside.
But that's a single LP, right?
Yeah, it's a single, but it is also gatefold, I think. To give Century Media some credit, I thought they did a good job on those reissues. I enjoyed them. They sound good.
I'm pulling up your spreadsheet.
All right. So, Battalions of Fear. It is a raw album. It's a pretty good album. It starts off strong with Majesty, which really has a great intensity. It's a bit of a weird start. It has, I think, Blue Danube or Danube, or I forget how you pronounce that river, but it has like a classical song
carnival
intro.
sounds like carnival music.
Carnival sounding. It may be used by carnival music, but it's a classical song. I don't know who the composer was, but it is. My favorite bit is, of course, the metal part, which
everything else.
Yeah. But at this point, I don't really know what it would sound like without it. So, it's when you hear the Blue Danube come on, it always makes me think of this. So, I mean, everything about it is good. There's some problems, but the problems with the song are just present with every song on the album because of production and how that works. It's not like structural problems to the song.
Yeah, I see you gave it a 10.
Yeah, I like it.
Dang.
Then we have Guardian of the Blind.
Almost their self-titled.
Yeah, basically. It's a solid track. It's an enjoyable track. I have nothing to complain about it, and it's just good. That's all. That's it.
It does its job. Yeah.
Did we want to talk about like inspirations for songs? Because every Blind Guardian song is basically inspired by a book they read. So
yeah, for sure.
I know Majesty and a few others on this album are inspired by Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, the first of many.
Guardian of the Blind is It. They may do another It inspiration song, although that may be on Demons and Wizards, actually. But Trial by the Archon is an instrumental. It's a decent instrumental. Usually instrumentals are 7s for me, unless they are bad or I don't know.
Really impressive. I mean,
yeah. So we get Wizards. Yeah, it takes a lot of work to make a good instrumental, in my opinion. More than is required for a song with a catchy chorus and verses you can listen to, because it's just easier to get into vocals sometimes.
And I think here, especially, their instrumentals sound like they're almost missing that other element, that one, and then another one later on in the album, which I see you also have as a 7.
Yeah. Wizard's Crown is a great song. It's redevelopment of Halloween from their demo. And it's definitely better than the demo version. It's more complete, and it's a good song.
Yeah.
Run for the Night's a good song as well. It carries itself through, but it doesn't raise above the bass line of the song, basically. Like the chorus doesn't carry it higher to what I think it may have been able to get, if that makes sense. Like there are some 8s that are just 8s, and I don't know how they could be improved. And then there are some 8s which have elements of a better song, but are not. The Martyr. I love The Martyr.
Who's that about?
Well, I mean, it's great. Martin, we're following you. And it has that sort of fist pumping chorus that you want. And then the verses themselves also are well developed and sort of have an interesting rhythm to them. I do think they're fairly rough. Like they have better versions of this sort of songwriting later in their albums.
It's probably the most ambitious song for the album, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like they try to tackle the most variety in songwriting here, and
they do
probably the most in storytelling as well.
Mm-hmm. The passion of the Christ.
It's actually more of a journey. What it's about. Yes, the martyr, if anyone's wondering, is Jesus. So they like to sing about Jesus. It's funny that he comes up on a couple different albums.
A few religious. Well, the song they're more historical about like biblical events rather than religious songs.
Yes, it is definitely. I'm not trying to say that they're being preachy about it.
So much as it is metal about Jesus, which is his life.
Anyway. Dude, he had a brutal life, man. There was a lot of metal shit that happened to Jesus, so it makes sense. I mean, fucking betrayed by one of his friends. I mean, come on, it's brutal.
Mm-hmm. Judas was the
with a kiss, nonetheless.
Then someone's ear got chopped off. And next is Battalions of Fear, which is a decent song. It's very thrashy, I want to say. And it has some good choruses. It has good verses. I also mention here that as with a lot of the stuff on this album, the verse work is definitely, you can tell that English is not their first language, or they're still sort of working out the kinks with how to write lyrics. They're good, but there are some awkward ones.
Phrasing.
Yeah. This is their only political song that I think they've ever done.
Dude, as far as I know, as well.
About Ronald Reagan.
Yep. Good old RR, as he's called in the song.
Yes. And then we have some instrumentals to close out the album. By the Gates of Moria. I like this one. I think they do incorporate, like just straight up incorporate some classical musical elements into it. I had to check the Wikipedia or the song or the
like some actual like stanzas or something from a classical piece.
Yeah, let me just check that. And then Grandolph's Rebirth is
for some issues of this, it's the bonus track, right? So
yeah,
it really doesn't go anywhere, but it's one of those where like, do you count it against the album? I mean, we end up doing that, but up for debate, I guess.
Okay, here it is. By the Gates of Moria is derived from Antonin Dvorak's Symphony No. 9 from the New World.
See, that's a cool note. I did not realize that.
So overall ranking is just total tracks by themselves, 8.4. I do some bring it down a little bit for other stuff.
Yeah, I see. The album is only a 7.
Album art, yeah.
Album art. Sorry,
I sort of find it, at least on CD, it doesn't look that cool, but
yeah, that's what we were talking about
on the record on the larger size. You can
maybe it just looks so cheesy with like the game that they're playing on the CD, and maybe it looks cooler with like the eyes look bigger in the background on the record. But yeah. So what's your overall rating for this one?
8.28.
That's a pretty strong start for a debut album.
Yeah.
Was it kind of immediate for you? Like when you heard it, you were like, "Yes, this is this makes sense to me." Or did it take a couple listens to click?
I think it took a few listens. I mean, some songs I immediately liked, which is my favorite songs on this album.
Majesty and
have always been
Martyr.
Majesty, Wizard's Crown, and the Martyr have always been where they were, basically. But the other ones I didn't really get into immediately.
Yeah, there's some trickier ones to digest. I guess I'll go and kind of jump into mine.
Do we want to do ranking?
Yeah, we can rank it as we go. We'll definitely recap it at the end. But if you want to spit out the number, what number in your ranking?
Number 6.
Is this? Wow. Okay. So we definitely feel differently about this album. I don't know what it is. It's interesting to me. But this happened on the In Flames ranking as well, where you're enjoying the more harsher and lesser produced and less polished albums more than I did. And I think this is going to be the same here. And you don't like extreme metal as much. Like, not a big fan of like the first wave of black metal or like the crazier thrash and stuff like that.
Because I listen to so much polished power metal, just in general.
It could be, because my thinking is that when I come to these bands, I know what I want from them. Like, I've already picked out the sound and the albums that I am interested in. And when I come across an album that doesn't necessarily deliver that, my gut instinct is that's not as good. I'm not going to listen to this as much. And for Blind Guardian, this is not the sound I come for. I don't come to hear like ripping speed metal with like little hints of thrash and stuff in there. I come for the bombastic, epic choruses and follow along lyrics and stories and stuff. So yeah, this album is not as highly ranked as it is for you. To me, it's still great. Like, I don't think Blind Guardian has an album less than a 7, in my opinion. And this is definitely there. It's a strong start. I mean, it's hard to believe this is their debut, and they already sound like they're playing with the elements in the lyrical theme and in their song structure and chorus structure that they're gonna really just run with for a good half of their career. To me, there's definitely a lot of German speed metal. It sounds pretty German. Like, I even hear some German thrash and like some Creator on here. But then at the same time, I mean, maybe there is a little like British new wave of heavy metal.
What's the German speed you're thinking of?
Like probably like Scanners.
Oh,
Scanner. Early Running Wild.
Oh yeah, Running Wild.
Yeah.
I would say Running Wild. That does sound like that.
So as I said, it's interesting to me that like the production and like the simplicity of really the drum performance and some of the songwriting is kind of a turnoff to me. But then I'll turn around and I'll applaud and praise albums for doing the same stuff. So I don't know. As I said, I think it's because I come to Blind Guardian for different things, So the staples of the album, though, are Majesty, Guardian of the Blind, and Wizard's Crown. And they really all try to have that catchy Blind Guardian chorus and they kind of have an issue with redundancy or simplicity along the way. I think Majesty actually fails the most, and to me is a rough opener for the album. And I hate to say it, but when I was listening to this album in preparation, I would think of the opening notes for what was the thing that sounds like a
the Blue Danube or whatever.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to listen to this album based solely on those first like 6 seconds of the carnival music.
Well, what I do is I think about, I really want to listen to "Oh Majesty, Your Kingdom is Lost," and then I try and black out the Blue Danube
over the goddamn like gesture music. I'd be great. I'd be fine. But I don't know, it's such a weird way to open an album to me, and a weird way to start a career.
Yeah,
as well. But their choice. I think The Wizard's Crown is the most well balanced of these 3 like really catchy songs, and it features probably the most mature chorus, which makes sense because this is the song that they've been writing the longest. It was on the Lucifer's Heritage demo. Now it's on here. So they've been working on it for longer than the other tracks. Then the rest of the album really kind of dives into the speed metal and, as I said, almost German thrash at times. I don't like Martyr as much as you. I think the sounds a little messier, and there's not as much to grip me for the actual song structure. I really like Battalions of Fear, if not for just like the zaniness of the concept behind it and like the lyrics and just saying Battalions of Fear and
Suicide Dreams. Whoa.
Yes, yeah. The chorus is fun in my opinion, and then of course, ending an album on an instrumental, I think, is typically not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Ending it on 2 is definitely not a good idea. So if you chose to do this, that's, neither here nor there, but that's what happened. So here, let me show my spreadsheet now. Yes. So I gave Majesty a 7. Yeah, I know. Guardian of the Blind, Wizard's Crown, and Run for the Night and Battalions of Fear are my favorites, with I think Battalions of Fear and Wizard's Crown being the 2 that I enjoy the most. The Martyr, if I listen to it more, it might honestly jump up to an 8. Like, it has that possibility. So I also agree that like the album cover, not my favorite. The production quality, it's a debut album, you can tell. And the album construction is a 7 because of them ending on the 2 instrumentals. And then also like the songs that all feature the choral hooks are all in the first half. Like, I think if they had moved, Wizard's Crown back or something like that, it would have.
I don't know how the other ones still have chorus hooks, or I mean,
they do. They're just
for
different.
The night far away, or like I guess Battalions of Fear is maybe not, but
they're not as blatant as the other.
Just for eternity.
But
I actually don't think I could sing Wizard's Crown. What is it? Halloween?
Halloween.
We take on the Wizard's Crown, something like that.
Shit, if I know. Even though I just listened to it earlier today.
I can do Guardian of the Blind. Now we fear the curse of heaven. Something like that.
I didn't know this was going to be a stream where we could sing along.
I don't know. I can sing
I appreciate
most of the choruses.
We're all here for it. These streams are all about singing. So, but I do sometimes disagree with your spreadsheets, Mark. So some of my ratings are actually different. So this one I give a 7.4 instead of a 7.38 or whatever that I have in there.
Usually when
And
this happens, I just fiddle with the bottom numbers to make it what I
until
want. Yeah.
yeah.
That's why mine has like 8s, because I wanted it to be an 8.28 or 8.3, but I increased the like production higher than it should be.
See, that's when I'd say a spreadsheet doesn't count for tastes, and go with
That's
what I
why I
feel like
fiddle
it
with it.
is.
I have little
So
bars.
for me, 7.4, strong start to a career for sure, and it's 9 out of I guess 11. Even though it could be 12, but not, it's number 9. I did want to show off the remaster here, and it does have the Lucifer's Heritage demos on the back over here. So I think this is worth it just for that, to own this on CD. Because I don't know how else you would get those.
Yes. Where'd you go? Huh?
I took myself out of the stream. So yeah, good start. Good start. All right, so that was 1988, and in the beginning, they were pretty prolific. So 1 year later, 1989, Mark, what do we have?
Follow the blind.
Boom. Nice LP.
I really like this album cover.
Me too.
He's
Me
like,
too. Is that the
He's
Blind
so
Guardian
surprised.
there?
Yeah, he's
Originally,
seeing this guy.
I thought that was like Gandalf and a dwarf. Like, are those supposed to be actual fantasy characters?
I don't know. It might be Gandalf and like Bilbo, but I don't know. And then
That's an
that
old
could be
looking
like
Bilbo.
a Nazgul or something. I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to be.
I'm just gonna say that's the Guardian of the Blind over there.
Yeah. He does crop up. Like he was on Battalions of Fear cover, those hooded guys, and then you have him on, I guess, Forgotten Tales.
Yes, and he pops up on some of their other like compilations and live albums, I believe.
A bit of a green splatter, whatever. What do you call this actually? Radiant.
Yeah, I'd say splatter, but that one is especially
White splatter on green.
cool, dude. It's like a triple splatter. It's like a harsh toilet bowl splatter right there.
It's like the algae.
I think that's one of my favorites of the variants though that you have.
Yes. Now I have to
And what
get it back in.
what extras are on that album?
I think it's just the
two.
Yeah, it's
two
just
covers.
Don't Break This. It's just the stuff. There aren't any extras because those were on the default album as well. So it's just the base album.
Yeah,
but that does include like two covers. So, and here's the
Sub-Seagull. What do you think of so all the gatefold covers?
They're all the like Beyond the Red
are like
Mirror artwork style.
Yeah, they're like these computer generated images, which I'm not necessarily a fan of them.
It's not really the computer that's the problem, in my opinion. I mean, I just don't like how murky they are and how like
it looks like bad video game graphics. Like it looks
Yeah.
like World of Warcraft from 2006 or something.
so. Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah. All right. Queuing up the spreadsheet.
Oh, you didn't see anything? Huh?
Battalions of Fear.
It's a very good album. It's definitely, in my opinion, it's darker and more thrashy than Battalions of Fear. Maybe has some slower songs on it as well. And I also don't. It doesn't have as like. They don't try to be as complicated as Majesty or The Martyr, right? They sort of hold off on that songwriting style for the next album, and they focus more on their developing up their like Run for the Night or their more simple sort of speed metal style music. And I like this album. So we start off with Inquisition, which is a 40-second intro track taken from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yep. They're Monty Python fans. This is their.
They are. I don't know if they have any more song references further on, actually.
I don't think so. I think they try to keep it more serious after.
Mm-hmm. Then we get Banished from Sanctuary, which I really love this song.
Yeah.
It's a great chorus. I love Hansi's voice on this. And I can, of course, give a rendition of the chorus if you want.
How does it go? Banished from Sanctuary.
No turning back. I'm banished from Sanctuary. Like that. That's how it goes.
Thanks.
Yeah, Banished from Sanctuary is the second. You know, it's not the starting. Then we do Damned for All Time. This is, I think it's pretty thrashy. I don't listen to much thrash, mind you. What would be
comparable? You mean?
Like what is?
I would say it's thrashy.
Like Megadeth, is that thrash? I don't know.
Yeah, no. Mark. Think about Kill 'Em All.
Oh yeah,
you have
Kill
that
'Em
one,
All.
right?
Yeah.
So think about that album. I think this somewhat similar to that Kill 'Em All sound, but maybe once again, like I think there's a definite distinction between thrash and speed metal, where thrash has that like that kind of beat. Speed metal is a little more like constant double bass, if you will.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely speed metal with thrash element.
Yeah.
Damned for All Time has an okay chorus, but the rest of the song is what I like the most about the song. Rather than
I like the chorus part.
Damned for all time, everywhere he existed. Yeah. Follow the Blind I like more than Damned for All Time. It's slower. It has a more dirge-like feel to it. But it has some great, like, it feels more powerful to me because it has less energy, but it's more, it takes its time, I guess. And it doesn't decrease the volume that much. So I like the solos.
Mm-hmm.
All of the Kings, also a good one. This is returning back to that sort of energetic speed song. It has good riffs, good solos, good chorus. Fast to Madness sort of returns. It has more thrashy elements once more and into it. Similar to Damned for All Time. And then we get Beyond the Ice, an instrumental. And I enjoy it. It doesn't drag on for too long, and it has that sort of sound that I want from an instrumental more than, it does stuff to not just be a sort of basic song that is just there. And then Valhalla is, of course, very catchy.
It's Valhalla, yeah.
Yeah. You could sing it forever. They sometimes do that at concerts. Just keep everyone captive for 14 minutes singing the chorus.
And that's the crowd that does that too.
Yes.
It's not like Hansi's up there like, keep going, I can't hear you.
Yeah, there's
the crowd.
That one YouTube video where the drummer
Legend
does
says
that solo
they're
in the
still
middle
singing.
Yeah. They might put that on that. What was that live album? Is that the one on that one?
Through the Looking Glass, I believe.
Yeah.
And then honestly, that shit gives me chills when I watch it. I love that live album. We can talk about that later, but just that performance on there, where they keep singing the chorus to Valhalla, is epic.
Yes. We get their covers. So we have a demon cover, "Don't Break the Circle." It's good. It's a decent cover. It is worse than the original song, right? The original demon song is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a 10, is what it is, in my opinion.
The original is, yeah.
Yes,
for me
the
too.
original is. The cover is not. The cover loses some stuff, and you say it's faster, and I guess it might be. I can't actually compare it that well.
It's because of the drums. The drums, once again, is just like on that same
Yes.
beat. And
at this point, Thomas
the original
Stouch,
"Don't
right?
Break the Circle" is very laid back in the chorus part. Yeah, Thomas.
Common.
Thomas.
And then
German
we get
name.
Barbara Ann, which is really more of a mix of several different covers, because they also have like Johnny Be Good and some other stuff. And that, I believe, their producer is largely responsible. The producer. That's, if I open up this thing, this vinyl, I can look at the credits, and it says Calais Trap. I think I'm pronouncing the name correctly. I don't know. Kalle.
Yeah.
Is the producer, and he is a vocalist on Barbara Ann. And I believe he wouldn't let them publish the album without more music, because it would have been only like 30 minutes or something.
Mark, you told me that he is largely the one to credit for Blind Guardian covering all these like awful
beach
songs
rock,
from the 50s and stuff.
Yes.
Like 50s and 60s.
Yep.
Because, I mean, that's like his era. But
that's what I heard. I watched a few.
It lets them off the hook, and it kind of answers why.
Yeah.
Because I've heard, so many people asking, like, what were they thinking? Covering
their producer,
Barbara Ann. Yeah. And that makes sense. And the dude's obviously older from this era.
And yeah, so that just from tracks, 8.5. I like the album artwork, so I give it a 10. And then, nice. I fiddle with the production and album construction too. I think the album construction is actually probably an 8, especially if you remove the covers. So overall score of 8.4.
Where is this in your ranking?
5. Just one up.
One above.
One above Battalions.
Sounds right. So let's see. So I'll try to do this first this time, where I'm showing off the CD. So Century Media remaster here. It does feature both of the covers as a part of the album, like on this section.
I mean,
and then over here, when I think of this as an album, I do not consider either of them as a part of it.
Yeah, but it's like, it's the only album and it is the producer who pushed them to release it as an album with the 2 covers on it. But
which, either way, I think it's okay, because I will say I would not have found Demon and their album The Unexpected Guest if not for the cover that appears on the song. And that album is great. If you don't know either of Demon's first 2 albums, definitely check them out. The other bonuses on this are demos, actually, of songs from Battalions of Fear. Majesty demo, Run for the Night demo, Battalion of Fear demo. So maybe it's because the Battalions of Fear had the Lucifer's Heritage demo on it that they couldn't fit any of these on there. So got pushed to Follow the Blind. But let's see. So as far as the actual album goes, to me, there's already a lot of growth and maturing in songwriting and really kind of balancing out the influences. You can already tell that like the speed metal songs sound more like straight speed metal. There's not like an awkward transition to a chorus. Banished from Sanctuary probably is the best of their speed metal tracks, I think. Mm-hmm. I mean, because the chorus really does blend in with the intensity of the drumming, mm-hmm. and just lends itself to the urgency of the song. It sounds dark. I mean, Damn for All Time, also great, straightforward, gotta love it. I think Hall of the King and Fast to Madness are also great slaps of just speed metal. And then finally, they, I think, kind of realize their full songwriting potential with Valhalla, which we were talking earlier, Mark, and we did say that this might be one of the more overplayed Blind Guardian songs. Mm-hmm. I still love it. I still think it's great. Every time it comes on, I think it's just killer, and that chorus is one of those that, is stuck in my head. Just whenever I'm thinking about Blind Guardian, that's one of the choruses that pops up. Mm-hmm. And I would be okay with a live audience just singing it for probably like 5 minutes.
The whole live show.
I think after that, I'd be tired, but they could get up to like 5 minutes of singing it.
Do Valhalla as the first song, and they just chant the chorus for the rest of the show.
The rest of it. But Valhalla, you could say it's guilty of repetition, but as I said, it's still a classic, and it's my first 10 out of 10 Blind Guardian song.
Is it?
I think I gotta mention Kai Hansen.
Yes. Is it the first time Kai Hansen guests?
Yes. So as I started sharing the studio with
mm-hmm.
Blind
Guardian. Gamma Ray
at this point. Because this is 89, so after Kai Hansen left Halloween, and he popped in for a guest spot on Valhalla, and I think that really makes the longer verse portions
mm-hmm.
interesting and engaging. So, I think this is the ideal speed guardian, and let me visit my, not the right one. There it is. Okay. So, Banished from Sanctuary. Great mm-hmm. start. Gave that a 9. And as you can tell, it's kind of mainly 8s.
Yep.
Follow the Blind, as I said, was a little too slow for me. Like, I thought it didn't measure up to the speed of the other songs, and it didn't do as much. It just maintained that tempo the whole way through. Mm-hmm. And I just didn't find it as interesting. And in Valhalla, that's my 10 for the album. And I said the first perfect song, or maybe I'm throwing that around too much, but it's a great song. It's a 10 out of 10. Don't Break the Circle. We already talked about that. But I really do like their cover, and as I said, I owe it my discovery of Demon
mm-hmm.
and the original. And then definitely a fan of the album art, better than Battalions. Definitely a fan of the production, better than Battalions. Definitely a fan of the album construction.
Yeah.
And it all adds up to it being
basically
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
So, I give it, to me, it's an 8. And that is one ahead of Battalions of Fear, my number 8 spot. So.
Oh, wow. There's a bit of a jump in rating there.
Yeah, you can tell that there is
7.2 to 8.
Yeah, like, to me, this album was just a bit more fun to listen to all the way through. I
agree.
And I I gave Battalions of Fear a 7.4. So.
Oh yeah, 7.4.
But it's still enjoyable all the way through. Like sometimes when listening to Battalions, I kind of hesitated and was like, I could listen to a different album. But whenever listening to this one, I was always, sweet. It starts with Banished from Sanctuary. I love that song, and went right for it. So, but yeah, so 1988 or 1989, Follow the Blind, and from there, they are once again quite prolific. 1 year later, we jump to 1990 with Tales from the Twilight World. And once again, Marc with the vinyl.
Hold on, it's stuck in the plastic sleeve.
That always happens at the most inopportune time.
Some interesting artwork, sort of like a scene from like a book or something. I don't even like goblins in a cave or something.
I think this is the first of this kind of album artwork, though.
Yes.
Like overly busy. Like up to this point, it was more like simple figures and stuff, but now it's like a full scene.
Yeah, now it's like
and they kind of stick with it.
Until, I guess, Night at the Opera. I mean, they sort of keep it.
I would say till Twist in the Myth.
Twist in the Myth sort of has similarities to the future ones, where it's just like a central dragon with like backing stuff.
That's what I mean. It's not like this style or this artist.
Yeah.
Don't they keep the same artist all the way through?
I don't know if A Night at the Opera is the same artist. That's why I'm sort of iffy on this. This is an interesting one. I'm not sure if I like the clear yellow outer bit, but
yeah, I still
like
prefer the previous.
That's the vinyl, and then I'll get the gatefold in a sec.
So yeah, what is this gatefold? This digital.
I actually like this one more than I like the previous.
I swear that totally looks like World of Warcraft, though.
It does. It still definitely is the same style. I just like the.
You're a paladin stuck in horde territory.
Yeah. Yes. You're fighting the ogres. You didn't play that, did you? Did you play that a lot?
That was Parker.
Yeah, I mean, I
played it. I played it a little bit.
We played more RuneScape together than we played. Wow.
Yeah, RuneScape was the game of choice. A lot worse graphics. Thankfully, the
RuneScape graphics is like Dance of Death album artwork. But
yeah, yes, Dance of Death. Byron. So yeah, sorry. Marc's spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet time. Tales from the Twilight World. This is, to me, an album I can listen to fairly easily. It's to me, this is a synthesis of the first. It has the sort of more ambitious song design from Martyr or Majesty, combined with sort of the more speed, thrashy stuff that you can get on Follow the Blind. It isn't quite as dark as Follow the Blind is. It has more of the same tone as Battalions of Fear. So we start off with Traveler in Time. And I guess it also has the same. They keep this sort of format.
Do you want to do the chant? Morning sun of doom.
The morning sun of doom. Man, I can't.
The morning sun.
The morning sun.
The morning sun.
On the morning sun. Yeah.
See,
Traveler in time.
Mark, look at this shit. Look at this is what people who were buying Blind Guardian in the 90s had to deal with. This is his first album, $40. So
that's expensive.
We lucked out by finding a little later.
I mean, I think I would be willing to. I mean, I spent that much on the vinyl, but
on the I don't know if I could ever spend 40 on a CD. Yeah.
It's it has the quintessential, like they continue this format. They have like a sort of more epic scale, complicated songwriting song in the beginning, Traveler in Time. They keep this album format for several albums. I think they're still doing it, actually. This most recent one is sort of similar. And then you have sort of the more intense, thrashy songs, and then you get into a sort of more relaxed, like we have a ballad, and then it picks back up the speed again, and then it finishes out the track with another sort of epic song like they start with, and that they continue that format. What are the exceptions? Twist in the Myth, and then A Night at the Opera, I don't think starts with a very long song. So yeah, I think, but other than that, they have ballads on basically every album after this one, including this one. So I think this is when they developed their sort of consistent album format. And then the tracks specifically, I have one below an 8 on this album. But other than that,
you hit 6.
Yeah, I hit 6. The chorus is a bit annoying to me, but Traveler in Time I like. It's such a good intro track, and it's such a good song too. And then we get Welcome to Dying, which I also like this one. It's more of a darker song, but it also has a good sort of like speed, and then it gets to the chorus and it sort of has like a stop, and then you hit into the welcome to dying.
Yeah, and then it shoots off into the chorus part.
Yeah. Weird Dreams, instrumental. It grew on me. I will say that. Lord of the Rings, I think, it's the first ballad they've done, and it's a good one.
Yeah. I'm glad they started doing the ballads.
It's, of course, obvious what inspired them for that one. And then we get Goodbye, My Friend, which is an E.T.
What is this one
song.
about?
It's about E.T.
I swear, on this album, they kind of diversify their influences a little bit, where they're pulling for songwriting inspirations. Like E.T. E.T. came out in, was it 82 or something? So it was like,
I don't know,
a couple years before.
Mm-hmm.
And Traveler in Time, of course, is Dune.
Dune. Did Dune have a movie in the 80s?
It did, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it did.
Was it good? I heard it was.
I haven't
seen. I heard it was boring as hell. So I don't know.
I haven't seen either of the Dune movies, but I've read the trilogy. So
they probably do not. Neither of them probably measure up.
Mm-hmm. Where were we? We were at E.T. So Goodbye, My Friend. It's a good song. It re-energizes you after the ballad. It sort of does some interesting things with the chorus. This, you know, it has a lot of repetition. It's like goodbye, he says goodbye, my friend, a lot. Is really all that.
He does.
Then we get lost in the Twilight Hall. I like this one. It has a slower intro, some rapid drums. I love the verses. I love the chorus. And also Kai Hansen guest vocals again. So another guest vocal by Kai Hansen. Lost in the Twilight Hall. And then we get to Tommy Knockers, which I like the rhythm in the start and the verses, but the chorus, it sort of
awkward.
Knocks me out of the song.
Yeah, and it really doesn't fit the album to me.
Tommy Knockers, knock at your back door. And then there's also the like weird verse
and the
where
night
it's like,
before.
I want to drink, but she wants to dink, or something like that.
I did not catch that.
Yeah, it's sort of a. Sometimes, every once in a while, I'll still hear that sort of awkward phrasing. It might be from the base book. I don't know, because is this a Stephen King book?
Yeah, of the same name.
And then Altair 4, I think, is also about Tommy Knockers, the book. Or it's I think it's also a Stephen King inspired song. I think it's good. It's short. 2 minutes? 1 minute and 50 seconds? I don't quite remember. But it goes through some variations. And really the only lyrics I remember is like, Altair 4. But
isn't that all there is to it?
Something on the whispering wind. I like it. It has sort of a and then we get to The Last Candle, which is one of my favorite ones. Is this the one that got what's the start?
What? How it opens?
Yes. I can't remember.
Drink more coffee.
I remember how it ends. I really hurt somebody.
Yeah, I won't be able to join in with you on that. Are you drinking whiskey too, by the way? I see you got the coffee cup, and then you got another glass of something.
Yes.
Yeah,
this is that whiskey you have. What was it? Balconies?
Sure, yeah. I'm glad it's being enjoyed.
That it is. Yeah, Hansi does maybe his only scream laugh, where he screams into a laugh or laughs into a scream. I forget. But he did. Does he do that on the future albums, or is this the final one? He does it on the previous two with his yells. But I don't know if he keeps doing that. We have track rating 8.56, just on track rating. Based on song placement, 8.64. The Tommy Knockers is in a good spot for a bad song, basically, in my algorithm. I like the album artwork. Production quality is decent, and so is the album construction, so it's just 8.56 overall. And I believe this is 4, so right above Follow the Blind.
Yeah. Okay. So this was your fourth. And what is your overall rating for it?
8.56, so like 8.6.
Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah. So far it's been 6-5-4, right, for your
Yes.
rankings. So we're slowly climbing.
We're gonna climb on up.
We're climbing on up the ladder.
Then we're yes.
And then we're gonna jump back down. All right, let's see. So the CD version I have, Century Media Press. This one actually is not one of the remastered editions. This is like the classic repress. There's no like special bonus tracks. It just has the Run for the Night, the live version. Still pretty awesome. And then to dive into the album itself, to me, this is when Blind Guardian enters their era, their golden era, if you will. This is what I come to this band for, is this album and onward, really. Up to a certain point, which we'll get to. But their sound is fully realized, and they're embodying those catchy choruses that they've been really trying to write since their debut album. There's still just the right amount of speed metal elements on here. And it's also one of my two favorites from like back in the day. I think this one and the shirt I'm wearing are the two albums that really clicked with me back in high school when I first started listening to Blind Guardian. To me, this is definitely like a big transition album. I know I love saying the word transition album, and I think Blind Guardian, they're always transitioning. Truthfully, like they're one of those bands.
A lot of good bands are.
They're always in motion. Like everything is leading to something else.
They don't quite go as far as some bands, though.
No. Especially during this era, I just think that this is a big leap from the previous two, and really shows what's about to happen. You know, like it's still fast in like the verses, but then the choruses are really focused on being more well written and more vocal variety, and you're not shouting the same phrase over and over again, except for "Goodbye, My Friend," which I really love that song, especially you find out it's about E.T. and it sounds so heavy. Like, God, I didn't know E.T. could sound that cool. But so for me, this is incredibly consistent and starts the consistency of the Blind Guardian albums. Or it's almost incredibly consistent. There are a couple songs on here that kind of take it down a peg and keep this from really being potentially their best album. And of course, I'm talking about Weird Dreams, Tommy Knockers, and Altair 4. They don't really fit the vibe of the album. Like, there's more synths involved in these three songs. Tommy Knockers is a little too abrasive and clunky with its chorus, and they all sound like more science fiction oriented songs. Which there's like Blind Guardian, they are, and I just want to say Blind Guardian is no stranger to science fiction, because they're singing about Doom on and E.T. for crying out loud, but they don't have that sound, if you will, of like being otherworldly. It still sounds like fantasy, but
they do best with the more Star Wars style science fiction than the
which is,
real
Star
world.
Wars is basically sword and sandal,
Yeah.
Like that's like just fantasy with spaceships. And
yes.
So
like Dune
those
is
songs,
almost.
Yeah. Those songs sound like just science fiction tracks. Like I think I would hear them on like Gamma Ray. They sing about more.
They
science
sing about a
fiction
lot of science fiction. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. But Traveler in Time, one of the best openers, and I think you already said it, Mark, that this is them finding that formula that they're gonna kind of stick with for the majority of their career, really, where it's such a strong opener, and then they get to a ballad a little of the way through. Welcome to Dying is one of my favorites on here. But then finally we get to Lord of the Rings, which is actually my favorite Blind Guardian ballad. It gives me chills when I hear it, and I mean, Lord of the Rings is a pretty big movie and just franchise overall for me, and I know like us as brothers, and it to me really encompasses a lot of the emotions felt by the lead character Frodo. I love the tempo change halfway through the song where Hansi sings "One ring for the Dark Lord's hand, sitting on his throne in the land so dark, where I
have to go."
Dude,
it's not a power metal song if you don't do that. If you don't, I can't. You have to grasp the orb.
Well, I can't either.
Hold it up.
Where's my pondering orb?
Yeah.
But man, and it's just how he says it too. He delivers that line in such a like bitter,
emotional way.
tone. Yeah, it really I think encompasses the main character, or encompasses how Frodo was probably feeling.
I wish the ring had never come to me.
Carrying the weight of the ring, which real quick for Lord of the Rings and religious crossover, is the ring original sin?
No.
Like, man, no, it's
there's
not.
no.
It's not like
because it's made by Sauron, like
sin.
way after the. It's like.
True.
Like you can think of it as a consequence, but there's no real allegory there. I think it's just like.
It just feels like it brings it.
Great burden.
Brings it out. It's like a burden. It's a burden.
Yeah. I think it's sort of
for the Lord
if
of the
you wanted
Rings
to draw it to a metaphor, it would be like a burden that when there's evil in the world, good people basically have the burden to stop that evil. Basically, that evil burdens their heart in a way that they can't let it continue. If we wanted to be metaphorical, but really, I think it's just
that definitely fits Frodo's arc for sure. He doesn't want to do it, but he does go on the journey, and I think this song sums it up pretty well. And I just love the part where it's
gnomes
walking up to the hill.
Oh no, the
going
hill.
through the river. What? Huh?
Yeah. Slow down and I sail on the river. Slow down as I walk to the hill.
Yeah. God, that's a 10 out of 10 song for me. And then the other 10 out of 10 song, Last Candle. Man, perfect track.
Yeah.
I love the development of the chorus and how they incorporate the group vocals in it. And that ending chant is iconic. And once again, to mention that live concert through the looking glass, that same fucking crowd does the same chanting where they just keep going after the song.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I need to watch that again.
We should, depending on how long the stream lasts, we should watch that together. That should be
almost
an end of night activity.
Or on the third one.
I think this album benefits from being relatively short. It's like 41 minutes. I mean, that's pretty ideal,
Those are the first two were also that short, weren't they?
Yes, but this one's like that short with the catchiness and scope of to me a full Blind Guardian album.
I mean, you still have like a few dud songs. Like the previous two also
Yes.
have dud songs. So
they're still making some of the mistakes that they have in the past, but we're essentially there, and I'm skipping my spreadsheet. I'll be quick with this one since I already went through it. Yeah, they're essentially all nines. The 3 songs I mentioned are 7s, and then I got Lord of the Rings is a 10, and Last Candle is a 10. And you know what, Mark? This is one of the ones where I disagree with your spreadsheet, because for some reason the instrumentals here are weighted the same as like full-blown songs.
Yeah.
So
I don't have any correction for song length, you know?
Yeah.
So
well, you do later. I'm gonna give you some shit later on about it, but
these are longer than 1 minute.
You do not.
These are like 1 minute 50, 2 minutes. Like those are not just like
that's true.
30 seconds. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm with John on this one. There, I don't know. For me, Lord of the Rings, The Last Candle, and then the speed metal songs with like the catchy choruses of Traveler in Time, Welcome to Dying. This is a 9 out of 10 for me. And I have this ranked 3rd.
Oh, that's 8.6. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What happens if you put 10 for all those?
But they're not 10s. I know this is the 9. I know you're trying to mess with your spreadsheet right now. I can tell.
Yeah, when I'm unsatisfied with it, I just fiddle with the.
But Mark, I know what a 10 is, and
no, not the songs. I'm talking about the album art quality and stuff. What are you doing?
Sorry, I'm messing with your spreadsheet here.
Why are you making them 0?
Oh, my bad. I ruined the thing. Yeah, I don't know. To me, the album cover is definitely an 8. Like it's cool, but I think they do this busy scenic album cover better later on, you know. So to me, this is a definite 9. Like, just so many great songs on here, and I just love the perfect balance between the speed metal intensity and the bombast of the Blind Guardian choruses. So, alrighty, so that was 1990, and now we're jumping to 1992. Let's see what Marc got.
These plastic covers, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
It'd be the death of me one day. What?
But not having them on there could be the death of that LP. So
that's true.
Oh,
we got to figure out how to get this straight in my camera. This is a great artwork.
And that's the scene artwork that I think is perfect.
The album title right there on like a stone or something. I have no idea what that is.
I was about to ask, what the hell are they looking at?
It comes back on whatever that album, that compilation album is.
But I think they have a Live Beyond the Spheres album with that on there too.
And you've got like a bunch of knights, and then some spooky orcs in the background. So now, as for the color disc, I really like this one. I think this might be my favorite color disc. It's got a blue going out to a clear sort of lighter blue. Quite like that.
Wait, show that again. Sorry, the way. Yeah, that one's cool. That's my second favorite of the variants so far.
What's your first one?
The green of.
Oh yeah, the green from
Follow
Follow the Blind. Yeah. That's probably my second favorite so far, out of the ones I've shown. Gatefold.
I think I like that one the best of the CGI.
Yeah, it's a good one. It has more color variation because it goes from this sort of golden glow down to the blue at the edge.
It makes
sort
you
of
realize
mirrors the front.
The CGI affects less.
Mm-hmm.
What bonus stuff's on there?
Oh yeah, it does have some bonus. No, it doesn't actually. It has
just the album.
Less, yeah, it's just the album. Doesn't even have the, that remaster we have has a bonus track, and it ends with Somewhere Far Beyond. So, ideal listening, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I prefer my vinyls to not have bonus tracks, mostly, to be honest. But,
Dude,
because it's harder to skip.
I prefer my CDs not to have them either. But it's easier to
CDs,
skip.
I don't care. It's a lot easier to change CDs and stuff than it is to change a vinyl. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. A spreadsheet far beyond.
Yes. They tighten up all the song work more. I mean, it's already pretty good even beforehand, but they reduce the there are still a few, and you can probably see them already, but these are shorter, and I was whiffling on whether to keep them in or not, as you know from the debate we have about the future album. These little short 40-second interludes, whether I should keep them in or not, like Black Chamber, The Piper's Calling. But
like Black Chamber would make more sense. Piper's Calling, it's like,
yes, it's like extra bagpipe stuff that they didn't use on Somewhere Far Beyond.
They could have just added it as the intro to Somewhere Far Beyond, or just nixed it entirely.
Yeah,
I don't know if the album would have been any worse off without it.
Mm-hmm. I usually skip it when I'm listening to the album, but unless it's on vinyl, on the record. So, we start off with Time What Is Time, which is another great opening, and it has that classic example of the strong structure they have in Majesty and Traveler in Time and continue to have for a lot of the intro songs. If the great chorus, good verses, woven together to tell a great story. This story, honestly, this song let me understand what the movie Blade Runner was about, because that movie is sort of complicated. Or just watching the movie is
this kind of simplifies it to like the perspective of a replicant, right? This is from the which they can only live to 5 years, but at the same time
they have memories from many. Like that's why time, they don't know what time is because they're only like a year old, but they have memories of, they're uploaded with, So that's a good song. We got Journey Through the Dark. Yeah, nonstop intensity. I think is a little too repetitive. Has a high sing-songy chorus, which may not fit in with the bass verses, the surrounding. On your journey through the dark. But it's a good, solid song. Black Chamber It's an interlude, really. And I believe it's about Twin Peaks or something like that, that TV show. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
that's supposed to be. I've seen that show. It's supposed to be about this like hidden cabin that's hard to find in the woods where all this like awful shit happens to the characters. It fits.
Mm-hmm. It sort of has like a pleasant ending, like I'm free, but it's probably it's probably a dark ending, but
Because the character dies. That's what they're talking about.
They do have a tendency to do somewhat sort of upbeat sounds, resolving sounds for fairly somber and sad endings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is also sort of a dark album as well, compared to Tales from the Twilight World.
To me, it's their darkest up to this point.
Follow the Blind
I'll talk a little bit more. I think it's darker than Follow the Blind.
It may be because this is less thrashy, so this is more like somber and dark than intense and dark, or it's less, it has some like Theater of Pain, really. That's more like a sad symphony song. Like it has that symphonic sound that they will use a lot more of later. And it has that sort of sad overtones throughout it that it is a dark album, but it's not the same kind of dark as Follow the Blind, I guess. Like this is more like a sad, rather than Follow the Blind, which is more like an angry almost. If that makes sense.
I agree with that, and that's definitely what I meant for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That this feels drenched in like a kind of loss.
Mm-hmm. Which, to be fair, I believe Hansi's dad passed away.
I was leading to that.
Yeah. Ashes to Ashes is about that. But first, The Quest for Tanalorn, which I love this song. Which, I can't think of it right now. But normally I can sing the chorus. But this one it's one of those songs that I have fond memories of. But I can't remember what it is.
Quest for
we lose our way. Yeah. There we go.
It's funny because I don't even have that song that highly ranked on mine, but it's like that chorus could be cooler in my opinion. It's good.
But
it could be cooler.
I think that would ruin the feel of the song.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it's 10 for me is something that you can't improve on, really, for what the song is, right? Mm-hmm. Ashes to Ashes. This is about Hansi's father's death, right? And the mortality, really. And that's sort of the whole overtones. The Grim Reaper is collecting people when their candles are gone, are lit, or go out, right? Their life clock strikes, and you obey.
Yeah. I love the lyrics to that song.
I think I meant to say Hansi's vocal range. I have my right here, but I thought it would. That doesn't really makes. Wonderful song, Ashes to Ashes. I like the intro. I like the verses. This is a dark song.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 9 for me. Then we get to the ballad, the bard's song, the forest, which I love this ballad.
Yes. So to kind of highlight Marc for a second, he plays piano pretty well, and he kind of learned how to play the piano to play certain metal songs, and the Bard song was one of them. And
yes,
it sounds great. He's even played it for a church before, right?
Yes, I have.
The grandparents brought you to church and were like, "Play the piano for us." And you're like, "Here's this little ditty."
Yeah.
Yep. And they're like, praise the Lord."
It fits. I didn't sing. It was just
No.
the music. But that's enjoyable. It's the second Blind Guardian song I learned how to play on piano. But it is, I guess, their second ballad.
Shoot, what was the first?
Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
You forget that already?
I did forget that. Yeah, you told me earlier.
Or were you talking about the first one I learned on piano?
On piano.
Oh, no, that's late. That's in Nightfall in Middle Earth is the first one.
Mm.
The Eldar.
Yes, yeah.
The Bard's song, The Hobbit, it goes back to that sort of traditional Blind Guardian, more thrashy songwriting that they have.
Do you kind of wish they combined them or figure out a way to like make them one song?
It's like they're two. I don't think they could have
done that.
I guess they could have.
I personally would have been curious if they had done that, and just to see what. I think they could have been still cohesive together. But I guess they're talking about two different things. Like one is literally the book of the Hobbit.
Mm-hmm. They do something where they like combine a sort of more acoustic ballad with a sort of heavy, like the Hobbit style, and that they do that with
next album,
Maiden in the Minstrel Night. No,
Mordred's song is what I was saying.
Mordred's song doesn't really. Mordred's song is more of a fluid combination of acoustic and metal elements rather than having one be completely, just more acoustic and then have the other one.
That was kind of the track I was thinking of as like, what it could be. Like if they were able to.
That's more of a fluid combination and there's no like separate. It's not like you append them and make it work,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the song motifs are similar enough that you could that you could make a Mordred song out of.
I gotcha.
But then we have The Piper's Calling. It's a little grating on my ears, but that's really just,
just bagpipes in general.
Bagpipes. It's also not the most interesting melody either. But I mean, you can have some good melodies on bagpipes, and I don't really mind the bit in Somewhere Far Beyond. I think it goes well with the.
I wonder what the significance of bagpipes is, though. The song.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Somewhere Far Beyond is about the Dark Tower series, right?
Yes, I think
so.
I'd have to.
I think those are the notes that I have is the Dark Tower. So I'm like, what is the significance of the bagpipes? Yeah, it's a retelling of the gunslinger and drawing of
the three.
I haven't read the Dark Tower, so
I have not either.
Don't know what they're talking about at all. It sounds cool as shit though on his album, and I'm glad you gave that one a 10.
Yeah, I don't have little to say about it. One of the best songs of all time.
you have little to say, but it's so much. And it's
Yeah. Yeah, I know you had, what was that? You said we were going to rank our top 5 Blind Guardian songs at the end of this.
Yep.
So
there's a preview.
Now, as you were, as you pointed out on the previous album, on this album, there's also this sort of interlude problem where you have interludes that are not really songs, so you can't really weight them the same as like an actual song. But currently I have them weighted as such. So this is 8.5 just from tracks, 8.75 with taking into account album artwork and production and stuff.
Yeah.
So that puts it at number 3.
Nice. Okay. So we're still climbing.
Still climbing.
Alrighty. So to jump into my CDs, as I'm showing off the Blind Guardian CDs, I have a copy of this. So far all the CDs that I've been showing off have been Marc's.
Yeah.
I am trying to collect my own. For the longest time, I didn't really need to, but I definitely should have these on CD. God forbid I get the itch to listen to Blind Guardian. Marc is not handy to help out with that. Or in Spotify's not handy either. So far, it's not been an issue, but I have the 2017 remaster, and this is just I think just straight up 2007 remaster of this. And yeah, I definitely bought this first for a reason. It's my first official Blind Guardian CD.
What?
Like for my collection.
Remember we said you bought those other. The first one you bought was Nightfall.
Technically,
I have it
I
now.
gave them up. So for years I've been without new Blind Guardian CD. So this is kind of like a rediscovery, if you will. I'm gonna get those other two back for sure. Because
you're not stealing them right now.
No. Well, I'll find out tomorrow when I leave.
Oh.
Check my bags as I'm walking out. So on the full album here, we're not treated to the same thing as your vinyl because there's a bunch of bonus stuff.
They're that's the remastered thing, though. That's
and
not
the remasters,
original.
It goes right into "Spread Your Wings," which is the Queen song. It's pretty happy, pretty upbeat.
Spread your wings.
Definitely one of their classic covers, similar to Barbara Ann. Yeah, but then after that it goes to "Trial by Fire," which was originally from Satan, the New Wave British heavy metal band. So nice balance there, and then a different rendition of "Theater of Pain." And then after we got some demos, but let's see. Diving into the album itself. So this album really snuck up on me, especially when preparing for the stream. But really, I started listening to this fully probably about a year or two ago. Up to this point, I kind of skipped over this album. I listened to Tales from the Twilight World and Imaginations from the Other Side. And I just thought this was a in-between album and just, wasn't as necessary because it was essentially doing the same thing as the other two albums. But yeah, I was definitely wrong. This is absolutely an error on my part. This is one of Blind Guardian's best albums and is really their second most consistent album all the way through. There's nothing less than an 8 on here. And the tracks that I give a 10 are some of their bests. They fully entered that bombastic era of songwriting. the choruses are now starting to become more layered and just feel more advanced. And I think every single song has that like chorus that really just sticks with you. I mean, Time What Is Time, Journey Through the Dark Theater of Pain, all of those really just gets stuck in your head. Yeah. Quest for Tanalorn. As we talked about, to me, I think this is darker overall, and the themes on here translate well to the music. I think there's a feeling of loss and tragedy that can be felt throughout this whole album. As I said, I kind of relate this to Hansi's father dying, and the song Ashes, Ashes, about that, one of my favorites on the album. So yeah, time What Is Time, killer opening song, crazy catchy chorus. Theater of Pain is almost up there with one of the best. I think Ashes to Ashes kind of overshadows it a little bit. And for me, it probably does so because of the actual lyrical themes and the emotional weight of the track. And I just love how heavy the verses are. And then they get to that really drawn out, chorus, like ashes to ashes.
Shoes dust to dust. The life crash rise and you obey. That isn't here to stay.
To stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the part song is great. I think I already said I kind of wish there was just one song. But, that's a small, tiny critique.
There are only a few ways I could think you could do it, like a Satellite 15 situation, or I don't know what you would do, but I don't think blending them would work.
Anyway, the final song, I think Marc already summed it up pretty well. One of the best Blind Guardian songs. I mean, it's just phenomenal. How they build the chorus throughout the song is just perfect. There's like the bagpipe breakdown that happens in there, which I really enjoy as well.
I enjoy it too.
And how they do the final chorus is just phenomenal, where they kind of like build it up to pick it down, somewhere far beyond this reality, and it just keeps kind of, it's just a fist pumping anthem, really, at the very end. So let's look at the spreadsheet real quick.
What did you do with the? You can, if you want to see what it's like without them, maybe putting them as tins would work, or you can try and.
Nah, it's okay. I've already figured it out. Yeah. But no, Ashes to Ashes is my 10, and Somewhere Far Beyond are 10 on here. And then most everything is a 9. The only thing that's not a 9 for me is Quest for Tanalorn, which is an 8. Oh, and at the Forest, I prefer the heavier, the Hobbit to the Forest, yeah. But for me, album cover, probably one of my favorites. Just 9s all around, and this is a 9.2 for me. Not an 8 whatever, 8.89, 9.2, and it's my ranked number 2. So, and real quick, cheers to Seagull for chugging hot sauce. I'm sorry, man. And also cheers for John Constantine for watching. And his favorite album is
what did he say?
Nightfall and Middle Earth, which
that's a great one.
We'll get to momentarily. I'm interested in hearing what you like about that album for sure when we get there. So let's see. From 1992, we're now at a 2-year gap. So we're jumping to 1994. Marc, what album came out in 1994? What do we have?
It may be hard to imagine. It's this one.
I can't imagine.
Yes. Love the artwork. I just love how it's like the intense, intricate sort of artwork inside a mirror, and then you have this sort of just office
I
space thing, and you have the bard here, you have the blind guardian right there.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice the bard on that side. I just think it's cool how it's it plays with your depth perception.
Mm-hmm.
Like the actual
What is
lute
this, a
part looks like
mandolin?
it's deeper
Yeah, lute.
inside the mandolin. Yeah, and then
I
the
don't
other
know what it's
part
called.
is out of the mirror. It's
Mm-hmm.
definitely a cool album cover.
They have. Do they have that on? Yeah, on the previous few albums, I guess from Tales from the Twilight World, they have the album title as a like. I'm trying to get the angle correctly, but there's like a little reflection.
Oh,
But
yeah, no, they're doing. Yeah,
they have like a slanted sort of view on the album name instead of what a lot of people do, which is they'll treat it like the band title, and it's not actually in the artwork. You know.
it's definitely cool that they do that because you're right. It fits in so well with the actual album cover.
I think that does end with this album though. Like I'm looking at Nightfall right here, and it's raised.
Yeah, it does.
Here's sort of an interesting.
You're right. It's on a book.
Yeah, it's on a book.
Okay,
It's got a
that one is
brown and white splatter. It fits
that
the
variant
album,
is
but
okay. It does.
yeah.
To me, brown vinyl is just not my favorite color.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just I'm just like, oh yeah, shit colored vinyl.
I don't know what they should have done. I think but
honestly, if they had gone with like the gold of like the
the gold around
mirror, like
mirror,
around the mirror and even of the logo, that would have been better.
Mm-hmm. That would make sense. That's my vinyl.
All right, and now on to the spreadsheet. And while you do that, I have to get another beer. So,
Wow.
Surprise.
So I think I may have said this on the previous one. Yeah, so I said they tightened it up. But this one is the tightest, most consistent Blind Guardian album. I don't think there's a single bad track on it. Each one helps. Everything has its place. The album structure is great. Where they choose to put the songs is great. Where they divide, they sort of divide up the songs so that you get like an epic song and then a sort of intense, quick song. And then they get a sort of slower, more ballad-esque song or a power ballad and then they cycle through that a few times. And I like the sort of flow to it. There's not a dull moment in it, and it sort of drags you through the whole album as you listen to it. There's no period where you're like, how long do I have until the album is over? Which I mean, there's no songs you want to skip, to get to the end of the album. You want to play that last track. I have a few tins on this one. So we have Straight Away, we have Imaginations from the Other Side. I really love this intro song. It is one of the best songs. We were just listening to it earlier today. And we noticed a new element to it that we hadn't before. A sort of like a high guitar to it.
In the chorus, there was like an extra guitar line underneath the choral part.
Mm-hmm. So that's really great. It has a lot of depth. It has great layering of the sort of elements. together. And this is also still in that same sort of Blind Guardian format where they have that sort of epic song at the beginning and epic song at the end. But it's the best version of it.
I think it really fits with the concept of the album. Like it really does sound like the opening and the ending of a storybook, especially. I mean, like they literally spell it out in the closing song.
Yeah, and this is it's a concept album, and they're very heavy with concepts always. But this one, Imaginations, the opening song is about, I guess, just books, just reading books, imaginations from other worlds, basically.
And they reference all kinds of books with it too, right?
Yeah,
like, I mean,
there's Quorum,
like Wizard of Oz,
Rings,
Alice in
Wizards of Oz, yeah,
Excalibur.
Yes. Peter Pan. They reference Peter Pan.
At that time, it's okay that they do that.
It's a good song. I'm Alive is a great sort of fast song. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. It's sort of a non-stop. It starts with a bit of an acoustic. There's an acoustic sort of thing.
Yeah, before it really hits.
Yeah, before it really kicks into it.
Yep. Great opening. Yeah, I like it after Imaginations. To me, it's a good follow-up to that song.
Mm-hmm. And then right here, I say "A Past and Future Secret" is my favorite ballad by Vanguard, and ignore what I say about anything else. I don't remember what I said about the other ballads, but I guess that's what I wrote here. You
hardly mentioned Lord of the Rings, is what I remember. So,
Lord of the Rings is good. There's just not like I like it, but there's not much. A lot of ballads are sort of just, I really enjoy listening to them, but they're also not, I don't think I would give a ballad a 10. Do I?
And I normally would agree with you, but dude, Lord of the Rings, I swear, is the exception to that rule.
Mm-hmm.
Like that shit's just crazy emotional to me.
We get the script from my Requiem. I love this one as well. Has great verses. It has great chorus. I love the sort of like story it tells, because it's another one about, I don't know the exact specifics, but I believe it's about, I mean, he yells "Crucify, crucify" in the middle of it. So let's see.
Yeah, I think, let me pull it up. I have nope, I don't have notes on that one. Never mind. I always thought it was another one about like Jesus, and once again, like his perspective leading up to essentially
the
crucifixion.
It doesn't say what it's about.
It's lyrically, that's what it sounds like to me.
It sounds like it's also about by another sort of Jesus, but more focusing specifically on his death, basically, on the cross. Then we get Mordred's song, which is about Mordred from King Arthur. And this is also a good song. It's laid back. I wouldn't call it a ballad, but it is a laid back, sort of powerful song. I misspelled "wait" here. Ignore that.
Oh, okay. Stop. Wait. Yeah.
I see no solution. What is this?
Yeah, no solution. I think you're in good company, my friend. Also, cheers, man. Thanks for joining. I mean, look at all these tins you got on here.
I have a lot of tins. So this,
I've done
Born in the Morning Hall. I love
with Marc. He's never had this many tins. Yeah, Born in the Morning Hall.
Clayman might have close to this number, but Born in the Morning
Oh,
Hall I also love.
mhm.
Bright Eyes, that is probably their best layered song. They have so many layering of the sort of vocals, and Hansi layers over himself because he, in studio, I guess he just records each verse by itself and then
Goes back and
overlays
forth.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another Holy War is great. It was probably the second song I played nonstop, because Mirror Mirror was the first song I played, nonstop.
Oh, but
To the point
then you
where
got
I
this album.
overplayed it.
Yeah.
And then now another Holy War is that, basically. And then sometimes I feel like I don't have much to say about this, but I really love it. It's just hard to put into words exactly.
For what? For another Holy War, or
Yeah, just like, I don't know. It's hard to put into words when I'm so caught up in it. I can't. So I just forgot to write out about it. So
you're experiencing the chorus,
Yeah.
dude. Because I love how triumphant the chorus is, and
Yes.
when it gets to the end, there's that little guitar melody that kind of carries it out. That almost sounds, kind of Iron Maiden-ish, and it's epic. I'm in agreement with you on that song.
Mm-hmm. And then we have "And the Story Ends," which is a very dramatic and bombastic ending to this album. It sort of carries it out with. It's very grandiose. It's sort of like their best ending song. Maybe probably not. I love "Last Candle" more, but "And the Story Ends" is a good as an ending song, right?
I 100% agree with you, because I do think "Last Candle" is a better song, but I guess I'll say the same thing, that when it's the perfect end for this album. It's like what it needed to wrap it up and wrap up the concept that they were trying to convey.
And I have 10s for all the quality stuff. So 9.45, 44, or whatever. With the
and it stacks up as what?
Number uno. Number one.
Uno. A part of doing these streams is always, a good part for me is always hearing everyone else's favorite albums from these bands. Because it helps me, realize, is my opinion unique? Is this band just, is quality objective or subjective sometimes, And of course, it's always probably a little bit of in between for the most part. So far, we have Marc with this being his number one. No Solution this is number one, and then Johnny loves Nightfall as his
Nightfall is great.
So anyone who knows Blind Guardian enough to comment on favorite album, please mention it, because I'm just curious. I just want to know.
And
what were you saying?
I want to say John Constantine. I agree with his statement right there about how I do think Nightfall is the culmination of sort of what they wanted to do with this era, right? That was sort of they achieved what they wanted, right?
Yeah, I don't know when they realized that Nightfall is where they wanted to go, but it definitely is. At this point, that's where they were heading, and I feel like that's where they were heading probably since Tales from the Twilight World. That's where they were kind of moving towards. But that's one more album ahead. I'm skipping my my opinions here. So here's my CD version, and this is indeed one of the ones that I bought and traded it to Marc for. I think I traded this for "Angel of Retribution" by Judas Priest.
Oh yeah, you did.
right?
I forgot.
I think
Yeah.
you got the better deal, I believe. No offense to that Judas Priest album,
I mean,
but
I didn't mind that. That's the
I
one
don't
with
play
Loch
Loch
Ness,
Ness that
right?
much. Yeah,
I like it.
yeah.
I still
13
remember
minutes
that.
of Loch Ness, Loch Ness, Loch Ness.
I don't think it's that boring.
It's a little more
It's not.
interesting than that.
It is definitely not the best Judas Priest album, though.
No. But no, this is not a remaster. This is, I think, a 1999 press on Century Media. So no bonus tracks. This is just the album, and I really do like this album cover and just how they present it. With like on the inside, you see the other side of the mirror where it's like a room and we've got a snake crawling through. And yeah, to kind of dive into this album, to me, this is the ultimate Blind Guardian album. I am no different than No Solution and Marc here with saying this is my number one. They no longer have like speed metal elements, but their songs are still relentlessly fast. And the choruses here aren't really the sole purpose of songwriting, but they're still the most catchiest, and iconic part of the album. So I guess I'm just trying to say this is their most balanced sound, where they're really just sound like Blind Guardian, or what I think like Blind Guardian is to me. This is the peak for them. And I think they also have just the right amount of thematic elements. I mean, I really need to just commend them for making this era of their songwriting or their lyrical choices really Tales from the Twilight World up through this. I really loved learning what each song was about. It was cool to find out what book inspired what song or what movie or what the inspirations were for all of these tracks. And I think they nailed it the most on this album. Like, I love picking apart the title track and hearing all the different like fantasy novels and stuff that appear, like Wizard of Oz and Sword in the Stone and stuff. And then The Past and Future Secret and Mordred's Song are both about King Arthur, I believe.
Yes.
Born in the Morning Hall.
I don't remember
what is that
one's about.
Shoot,
there are a few songs on this that I actually don't really know what they're about. So
okay, I do not
I'm
know.
Alive. I'm Alive. I don't know what that's about.
It's apparently the Sunset Warrior. It's a new one for me.
I'm a Sunset Warrior sometimes. What's this? No, I don't know.
That's an Iron Maiden track, I believe.
Weekend Warriors. Yeah.
Weekend Warrior, underrated. Bright Eyes is apparently about a never-ending story, which that's
okay.
Interesting to me. Yeah.
I never really liked that. That was the movie.
No, neither did I. That movie was
it sort of creeped me out.
Much for me. Likewise. Remember when the horse died? The nothingness or the depression or whatever?
Yeah, and there was the swamp and there was the dragon.
The dragon was even weird looking.
Yeah.
But okay, so this album to me is also like one of the most perfectly paced albums of any genre. Like I just think how they did the distribution of songs and a more like a slower song, an intense song, the ballad, and how they built it all the way up from the beginning to the end. It's just perfect. I wouldn't change a single part about the structure or really the music. Every single track on here is a 9, except for Past and Future Secret. That's my 1-8 on the album. Because to me, that sounds like more of your bass ballad. Like, I don't have the emotional tie-in that I did for Lord of the Rings, for example. But yeah, this is one of the best flowing albums I can think of, period. Already talked about how great the title track is. I love how atmospheric and expansive it is with the opening and like the kind of the offbeat drum opening before that riff kind of kicks in. And then that chorus is epic. And as Mark, you said, we discovered a new guitar line today, listening to it.
We've listened to it many times before, so
yeah. So still finding out new stuff.
Yeah.
Then I think I'm Alive is the perfect track for after it. Past Future Secret is still like a good song. It's just not quite as good as the other ones, and I just don't think that the tone is quite what I would look for like my favorite ballads, from Blind Guardian. Script for My Requiem probably is one of my favorite Blind Guardian choruses. It's just, I don't know, it's probably the most bombastic on this album. I love Mordred's song and how it perfectly balances their two musical styles and kind of build from being a ballad in the beginning to ramping up to a pretty big crescendo of just beautiful guitar work. Like the guitar work on the end of Mordred's song is awesome. Bright Eyes is probably my favorite Blind Guardian song, and it's just perfectly executed. It's dark and menacing, yet still engaging, and I just love the vocal layering, as you said, Mark. I mean, it's great from the verse to the chorus. There's not a wasted second on this track. And then I agree with you about Another Holy War. You can't describe just how epic and great the chorus is to the track. And then as the story ends, it's not a perfect song, as I mentioned before, but it's the perfect closing song for this album, and it kind of wraps up with a feeling of finality,
Yes.
So let me just wrap up this part by saying it's probably my favorite power metal album, and what I wish the genre would sound like more often. If any of you, and Mark, if you have any suggestions about other power metal albums by different bands that kind of fit similar to this, let me have them, because I need more stuff like this. I think Gamma Rays.
I think Somewhere Out in Space, you could maybe argue.
Land of the Free, or
no, Land of the Free is more like a Tales from the Twilight World type thing, or it's more like a. It has maybe the best song Gamma Ray has written on it, but it's.
I see.
I
guess I'm just looking for like those albums that have the same like thematic and emotive energy of this one. It's favorite power metal, and really one of my favorite metal albums, probably. Shoot, let me quickly run through my spreadsheet. So yeah, only 3/10 for me, but it's like everything else is a 9, and just how the album is constructed is a 10. It's a 9.4 out of 10 for me, and number 1. I'm with Mark and No Solution on this. And I agree. Yeah. As the story ends, could be a funeral dirge.
Is it as or and?
And, but
and the story ends. Oh,
details.
You didn't ask earlier, but this has bonus tracks.
What? Shit,
the Wizard and Systems Failing on the vinyl.
Which The Wizard by Uriah Heep, I think that is a solid.
Yeah,
that is a solid cover.
And I don't know if you've listened to Systems Failing, but I didn't play it earlier. But
no, that's a cover by Michael Schenker Group, MSG.
They had a whole side just because this is I think this is a 45 speed vinyl instead of a 33. So they just had it didn't fit perfectly on two discs, so they had to add another side of bonus tracks, basically.
I think it's cool that you got the Wizard there. But speaking of that, this kind of takes us to our little interlude of the stream. So if you're still with us, go take a piss break or get another
I'm
beer
going
or
to do
something.
that actually right now.
Go for it, because I will talk about this. So 1994 was Imaginations. In 1996, they released this compilation album, The Forgotten Tales, which it's definitely an interesting release. Is it necessary for a fan of the band to own? Probably not. Is it necessary if you're trying to do a nerdy as hell comprehensive discography discussion? Yes. So I did buy this album this week in honor of doing this stream, and I don't regret it. It doesn't have the most important material on here, but it's still cool to, to own. It does open up with some of the tougher covers to digest. Mr. Sandman and Surfin' USA are track 1 and 2. And I gotta say, Mr. Sandman is a little on the tougher side. That song is annoying as hell. And yeah, if anyone likes it, tell me why, because I don't get it. It's just like nails on chalkboard. Surfing USA, which is also annoying, is significantly better than it. And then the regular tracks that the Blind Guardian are like acoustic or orchestral variations. So Bright Eyes is acoustic, Lord of the Rings is orchestral, Mordred's Song is acoustic, A Past and Future Secret, I believe, is acoustic. And they're good. They're good. Are they necessary? No. Are they like even close to the original material? Not really. But they're still interesting to have. Then track 5 is thankfully The Wizard, the Uriah Heep cover, and I love that song. I love that Uriah Heep album, Demons and Wizards, and I think that's the name of that album. Or I might have just gotten distracted by John's comment over here. But yeah, The Wizard is great. And then they also cover France, which is a Michael Oldfield cover. And that's pretty cool too. It's a little more funky. One of the main reasons I bought this though are the bonus tracks that appear at the very end, where Blind Guardian covers Beyond the Realms of Death by Judas Priest and Don't Talk to Strangers by Dio. And God, those are two great songs from those albums and bands. And really not like the most obvious cover for Judas Priest or Dio. So I thought it was cool that Blind Guardian chose to do those. Do they measure up to the originals? Nah. But they're still very cool Blind Guardian renditions. And I think especially Beyond the Realms of Death is neat to have. So. And I do like this side project that John is mentioning. I have their self-titled, and then Marc over here, of course, has the other one, In the Court of the Crimson King. No, something like that. But I don't know. The Forgotten Tales is definitely a worthwhile album to like listen to and to pick up if you're a diehard Blind Guardian fan. Otherwise, I don't know. Just listen to the covers that you get as bonus tracks on some of these CDs.
What's this about? Hansi and Demons and Wizards? John Schaefer?
Yeah. Which we will not be talking too much about them. That was not part of the listening homework. No. Though I do think we have between us all 3 of their albums, right? Because I actually do know.
Oh, Demons and Wizards? Yeah.
And what is the name of the second one? I call it The Court of the Crimson King, but that's a King Crimson album. What is that one called? Oh shit, I'm in soul. Yeah. Marc, give me a second. I'm touched by the Crimson King.
Yes, the touch.
Oh, that's
bad
rougher.
Touch of the Crimson King.
He's got the touch.
Yeah.
And that's a picture disc too.
Yeah, it's a picture.
I believe signed. Is it signed by John Schaefer?
Don't know if it's Schaefer. It's someone from that. This is a bit of an aside. Bit of an interlude.
It's, as I said, this is the intermission of this stream. So
there it is.
That was always a weird side. It's like a worm thing or something.
Yeah, it's some kind of weird lobster worm. I haven't read
isn't
the book,
that supposed to be based on like the Dark Tower?
Oh, it's the Dark Tower. The Crimson King is the villain of the Dark Tower series, I believe.
Yeah.
But you want the second one? It's a different picture on it.
I mean, if you want to. And then Marc does also have the Demons and Wizards self-titled one on record. I just have the CD.
Do I? On record?
I thought you did. Or is it just CD?
I think I do. I think I just have it. Oh, man. Is this out? No, I don't think I have it on vinyl.
Oh, you just got it on CD. But I think that's a worthwhile band to look into if you're a fan of probably this era of Blind Guardian, especially.
I know that side project's over, right? So I don't think they're gonna do any more stuff with it.
Yes, I believe so. I believe someone in particular put it to rest. But all right,
a bit of drama, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we back to regular scheduled programming?
I'd say so. Or did you have anything else you wanted to add? I kind of just went through all the tracks on this.
Oh yeah, I always like trying to get the covers of bands just to see sort of what sort of take they have on it and what songs I assume they're influenced by, right? And some of these, I think we mentioned this a little earlier, their producer, Calais Trapp, definitely influenced like the Beach Boys and the Chordettes and all that stuff. So
yeah, but then to me the best part is the end with Beyond the Realms of Death and Don't Talk to Strangers.
Oh yeah, those are great.
And then you got, as I said, the Wizard cover is great as well. And yeah. So no, 1996. And then from 1996, we go to 1998. So this is actually 4 years from the previous album. We jump to Nightfall on Middle Earth, which I sent Marc on a little side quest with the Demons and Wizards thing.
Yeah, give me a little bit.
He's got the vinyl too, but you gotta pull it up.
I just need to sort all these plastic. I'm not putting them back up yet because that'd take too much time.
At the end of these streams, Marc, it's usually a mess for me. So I'm glad you're now experiencing that, where it's just like plastic sleeves all over the floor.
Oh man!
Boom. And now that's a good cover to me.
This is a great cover.
I really like that cover.
You got Baron as a wolf. You got Luthien, Tenuvia. You have this camera is messing me up. You have Morgoth thinking.
You and everyone else.
Then you have a bunch of orc guys around it. And this is in, I guess, Angband? Thangarodrim? I don't remember what the name of the fortress is. But
I know it absolutely looks so much cooler and immense on the vinyl than the CD pressing.
Yes. Interior gatefold, sort of a CGI version of like a Balrog, I think. Sort of looks Japanese for some
Honestly,
reason, like an Oni, but
I don't mind that. I think that looks kind of cool.
It does look a little cool. Of course, Balrogs are permanently scarred in my head as from the Peter Jackson movies, so can't really think of them as anything else. Maybe this is my favorite blue. This is way better than the Somewhere Far Beyond blue. This is like so vibrant.
That's my favorite of the vinyl pressings so far.
Yeah,
maybe Night at the Opera will beat it, but that's like
it's really good.
Yeah.
And of course, I already mentioned it a little bit, but this album is a story album about the Silmarillion, which is a collection of writings by J.R.R. Tolkien's notes, basically.
Yeah, it's the historical biblical text of the elves, right?
Mm-hmm. And to me, this is a great album already, but it's an even greater album when you incorporate the story elements to it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes up a few points.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that this is one of those albums where it's greater than the sum of its parts because of the concept that kind of meshes everything together.
And this is also the album where they finally get to use as many interludes as they want. Because there's probably more interludes than songs on here.
Yeah, there is 22 tracks in total.
And 11, those are songs. Yeah, okay. So it's half interludes.
So it's 50-50.
And, I left them out because there's just only so many. There's only so much work I'm going to put into these spreadsheets.
Which is still a lot, by the way. Like, it's impressive.
Mm-hmm. But the interludes are also necessary here, where they were not in most of the other times they were used. Like, most of the other interlude type stuff is not necessary for the album, right? This, it is necessary. You need, in my opinion, you need the interludes to sort of get the story. Because it is a story album, and it has this, and it's a real condensed version of the story. But it is.
Yeah. Where's your not condensed version of the story?
This is my 13 CD box set of the Silmarillion. So that has a bit of a long run time. So
yeah,
you can listen to this or listen to a 1 hour long story album by Bon Guardian.
The choice is yours.
Lyrics. Yeah.
Yeah, Marc does not play around with his Tolkien love. That is a really cool purchase, though, man. All the Silmarillion on CDs. That is pretty fucking neat.
So rankings. We got Into the Storm. It's a good opener. It's sort of, and I think for the sake of the story, really, this isn't a grand epic opener like Imaginations is, right? This is more of a rapid. It has that sort of epic chorus, but you get that on those rapid, sort of speedier songs too. It's a good opener, and it's needed for the album. I could, of course, spend all night telling you the whole story, but I won't. So, Into the Storm's great. I love Nightfall more. It's a slower song, but it's so sort of like rhythmic, I guess, or like, I don't know if you know what I mean, but Nightfall.
It's got like a
sway.
sway. There's a whole sway to it, that it to me it's a ballad. You can disagree.
It almost is,
but to me it is because of the swaying of it.
It's definitely a power ballad or something, or whatever you.
Yeah.
That's just what I call ballads that have like guitars in them.
And there's a couple
like metal guitars
on this album like that. Like I think Blood, Tears, and Thorn I would add as like the
Blood, Tears has some heavier parts to it though, sort of.
Yeah, Blood, Tears would be on the verge, but like that chorus in Blood, Tears is so.
Yes, but it's very common to have those choruses. There's elements of Blood, Tears which are fairly dark, and then you have the sort of chiminess over it. But before we get to Blood, Tears, there's the Curse of Feanor. I just have some real power in this song, but it's a 10 out of 10 for me.
Wow.
It's I enjoy it a lot. One of 3 10s on this album. And it's just a good song. I'm definitely reading this, I can definitely tell this is I've already written a lot of stuff about I'm running out of things to say just in general.
You're good. Say what you want. I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to remember because I write this stuff to remember, but apparently I was tired writing this, so I probably didn't put as much thought into it as I would want to. But the rankings are correct, so that's all that really matters.
That's what the people are here for.
Yeah, the Blood, Tears. The Curse of Feanor is a revenge song. The Blood, Tears is a despairing song. It's not quite as, it's more of a bleak song rather than, there is a lot of bleak songs on this. There's a pretty dark album, to be honest.
Again, apparently the elves had a very bleak and tragic history.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
They like to sing about it.
So we have Mirror Mirror, which is a hopeful, upbeat song, one of the few on the album. And it's a powerful song, and I definitely have listened to it way too much. It is
yes. You think it's the most overplayed?
It is definitely the most overplayed for good reason, but also I think that probably has flavored my opinion of it a little bit. So I think I would have probably put it as a 10 if I had not played it over 1,000 times. So but it is a song I know very well. And then probably my favorite, one of the Noldor, Dead Winter Rains is such a good song. It starts off sort of setting the stage, and it's sort of maybe the most there are a lot of emotional Blind Guardian songs, and this one,
you say the most.
Yes, it takes you through it.
Yeah,
really. It has that sort of like more intricate architecture to the song that tells a story to it that they have been developing, and currently they use it here, and they put it on in a middle track, and they have 2 middle tracks designed like that actually, mainly because it's a story album, right? Normally they put those at the beginning and end, but these are in the middle.
I guess that makes sense. When I talk about it, I'll get to what I'm going to say, but I didn't think about it like that when thinking about the flow of the album.
Yes, the best, which is not common for Blind Guardian to do, but they really had to do it for the story. That just the story of the Silmarillion. It's structured like a story, not like an album. And when you make a story album, you have to pick one. So these middle 2 songs are the best. Time Stands Still is also a great song. It's not quite as, it's almost hopeful because it's sort of like it's a lost battle, but it's also a Pyrrhic victory for Morgoth, if I remember correctly. And it is not as bleak as Noldor is. There's sort of a hope to it, but it's also, oh yeah, I see. It gets edged out of the top 5. I was thinking about, that was probably right after you told me that you.
Oh, it's not in your top 5 Blind Guardian songs?
Set up a top 5. So I was like, oh, I have to think about which of these songs are.
Let me know what's not there.
Then we go back to Thorn, which sort of is it brings you back down from the middle, right? And this is the album structure. I give this a 10 for the story, but in terms of album-wise, like a song, like a mute, it's an interesting structure. It is not common to put the best songs in the middle. But you have Thorn brings you back down. It's also similar to Nightfall. It's sort of a slower, swaying song. It's not quite as sway though. It's also sad. But then we have the Eldar, which is maybe their only straight up piano song. And
yeah, I mean it's like does 2 minutes.
Hansi does a really powerful, it may be 3 minutes and 48 seconds. I'd have to look it up, but
I actually have that on here. It is 3:39.
Yeah, and I know that because it was the first piano song I learned, so I had to time it a lot. But it is. I really love Hansi's vocals on it. He really carries the power of the song in his voice for this one. Because other than that, it's just piano. And then we have When Sorrows Sang, which is a really intense and sort of fast song to pick you up and throw you through the final interludes to the end. And I enjoy this song a lot. Whenever I play this album, I always have to at least get to this song. And then it sort of ends with a dark passage, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's Morgoth essentially finally winning. There's one interlude.
Which is funny because the album opens up with Morgoth losing.
Yes,
technically, like into the storm, and War of Wrath is about Morgoth losing in the beginning of Sauron as a character in like the Lord of the Rings mythos.
Sauron flees, Morgoth gets captured, and then he flees from his imprisonment with that big spider. Ungoliant,
like the mother of Shelob, right?
Yes. And that's when he steals the Silmarils. and this is the end, and it is depressive, it's dark, it's bombastic, and it's not the best ending song. I mean, that's definitely, and the story ends, but I think it is the ending song this story that they're telling in this album needs.
And you're probably right about that. I always thought this was an underwhelming ending, but if you're looking at it from the perspective of the Silmarillion and you're like being immersed in what's happening in the story, it couldn't be anything else.
Mm-hmm. But it is definitely by itself, separated from the album, it is an 8, right? It is not even close to the best ending song they've done. But it is the album, in my opinion, they sacrifice a lot to tell the story. It's still good songwriting, but they definitely have to choose the right songs to go in the right spot here, instead of focusing entirely on making the best songs they can, right?
Mm-hmm. Like they were servicing the story first and foremost, more so than their own egos, I guess.
Yes. So from tracks, this is a 9. Get it up to a 9.2, basically. So that is a number 2 album. It's the second.
Wow, yeah. Okay, so for me, let me start with the CD first and foremost. So this is indeed the first Blind Guardian CD I got. Once you can see the logo is it's a little hidden. It's not as forward facing as the one on the reissue.
Looks like they cut the base of the. Oh, it's just positioned way down for some reason.
Yeah, but they did cut off some of the ending portions of the G and the F. So, and then as you can tell, it's used CD. Got the little sticker still on there. I do like how they got the song links right there.
Times, yeah.
Mm. So yeah, for me, first album I heard from them. This is kind of a tough one because I think Marc, you really highlighted, extremely well, like why someone might, enjoy this album. It's the service to the story of the Silmarillion, and really the focus on the overall goal towards that concept. And it allows the listener to really follow along, if they can and if they want to what, the story is telling. So then, put this in the hands of like a, 16-year-old, not quite a super nerd. Like I consider myself a nerd, but I have not read the Silmarillion, and I definitely did not back when I first got this album, and a lot of it was lost on me. A lot of the interludes were lost on me. A lot of the grandiose and more somber aspects of this album were lost on me as well. Like tracks such as The Curse of Feanor and Blood Tears and A Dark Passage did not mean as much to me. They were more of like question marks of like why is this song positioned here, or why are we ending on A Dark Passage? Like that doesn't sound like a great ending track. And for the longest time, well, I mean, not, but still, like in my notes currently, I consider this album to be too heavily weighted in the beginning, and especially, uneven in the middle, because the middle is indeed the best part. Like I'm 100% with you, and I always looked at it as like a mistake, but you're not wrong. It's 100% because of the story that they're trying to tell, and it's really just me interpreting it differently and not seeing it as a
Mhm.
a full the full emotional range of what the Silmarillion is about. Of
Mhm.
of the tragedy of the elven history as they're dealing with this character on the throne, Morgoth here, at the loss of their Silmarils. So, uh, yeah. Me, though, it still is the logical continuation and conclusion of the sound. I agree with
Yes.
John in the comments where he says it was the culmination of what they've been
Mhm.
trying to do. I absolutely think that an album like this is what they wanted. To me, it's great, but then it also means saying goodbye to certain elements that I really enjoyed from the previous albums. I could really liked how on previous releases, each song is a different story. Like it made it more engaging all the way throughout. The fact that they're all just one tale, especially if you're not familiar with it, makes it like tag on a little bit more. Especially this is their longest album, correct? Right?
No, that's Beyond the Red Mirror. We went
Oh,
over this earlier today too.
how long is this album? I thought this was like
That's like an hour and 6 minutes.
an hour and six. Okay,
Hour
so
and five. I,
definitely.
I actually think this album is longer by 1 minute. Uh,
Well,
and then you have Beyond the Red Mirror. So this album is 1 minute longer,
yes.
right? And then this album is
Like 10.
10 minutes longer. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Which is
Still, it's over an hour
it's
of
the
music.
third
And
longest album.
it was yeah. It was a lot for me. I definitely. So I was engaged for Into the Storm. Love Into the Storm. Great speed in the beginning. Great chorus. I love the guitar line in the chorus that plays. Nightfall. I don't like the swaying like ballad part of it. It's still a great song. Give it an 8, no problem, but could be better. And then Curse of Feanor and Blood Tears don't do as much for me as they could, I think, if I understood what they were about more. And of course, the middle portion, I'm 100% with you. Mirror, Mirror, No Lore, Time Stand Still, this perfect. Probably one of my favorite run of Blind Guardian songs, period.
Mhm.
Like I would have it'd be up there for sure. But just absolutely great. And then Thorn, once again, I mean, it's exactly what you said. Like, this is us agreeing, but then disagreeing on the outcome. Like, Thorn starts ramping it down, and I'm like, where's the influence, or where's the intensity going? Why is Thorn now calming it down? And then when Sorrow's saying, that's the best part of the second half of the album, but still, it's like a downward trajectory in like the intensity department. And then I always thought A Dark Path was a very weak closing song and underwhelming, and it makes the album like this, if you will, where
Like
as
a
you
book.
said, the peak, like a book. And yeah, so we are in agreement about the purpose of the album, but just disagreements about how it made us feel at the end of it. And I don't know, maybe this will be one I'll appreciate later on if I ever, get into the Silmarillion. I do want to touch on, the fact that I still think Mirror Mirror is a great song. Let me go and get to my spreadsheet here.
I mean, I still
Like,
think
to
it's
me,
a great song, but
like that's a 10. Like we can keep playing it all to death, essentially. I still think it's a 10 song. Definitely agree with you on Noldor. Holy shit, that song is just emotionally impactful. And especially there's a transition in tempo halfway through where it starts to pick up and it just ramps up to like a fast blazing part.
End. Yeah.
Yeah. And just Hansi just yelling, and God, it's epic. But then I just like how slow the track is and, mournful. But at the same time, it's able to do that in the bridge section. And then I think Time Stands Still is like an epic, bombastic hit. It's still like a 9, like maybe it's a little cheesy in parts. But I think it definitely hits more when you understand that this is a final fight between Fingolfin, correct? And Morgoth, where Morgoth kills Fingolfin, like the champion of the elves. And literally all the elves are like thrown into mourning because of it. And the ending of the song, they're, praising their king who has just died. And it sounds happy. Like I never figured that this was a track about, an important character dying.
Yes.
But it is, and it's like almost a celebration of life kind of song. So
I think he wounds Morgoth like 7 times or something. But
okay,
they're like in a prolonged fight, and it goes on for like weeks. It's something somewhat exaggerated. So I may have exaggerated it more than it was, but it's a long battle. And
if it goes on for longer than 15 minutes, I'm impressed.
They're basically like darting around. It's a very good. I remember that portion of the book a lot, just because of its sort of imagery.
It's definitely a cool song. So yeah, to me, it's still a very iconic concept album and an extremely important album for metal, just in general, because of the storyline and the Tolkien influence, and definitely for power metal. And as I said earlier, this is the realization of Blind Guardian's sound. I think this is what they wanted to build to, just a perfect combination of storytelling and bombastic songwriting. Because of what I said, it is an 8.6 out of 10 for me, and it's my number 4 of their albums. And now we have a little break of 4 years, and that's what it was for, I guess, the previous album. But I kind of agree with John Constantine here. We're entering the next arch of their career, and I think it's interesting. No Solution. Why do you like Night of the Opera compared to Nightfall? Just out of curiosity, because we'll get there. So yeah, Night of the Opera comes out in 2002, and Marc once again has the vinyl.
Yes, I really do love this album, and it's actually.
But
if you've been paying attention to my rankings, it hasn't been up in the top 6 yet, but at all. But I'm really realizing this because I didn't update my Battalions of Fear is actually my number 7. I just didn't redo the.
Oh.
I just didn't sort properly. I needed to resort it. But this is a cover gatefold. It's like troll puppets or something. This has a few pre-production bonus tracks, but they're not that important. Sort of a beautiful color on it. Pink.
I do like that pressing. That might be my third favorite. I think Nightfall, Follow the Blind, and then that one are my three rankings for the final pressing. We'll rank everything on this fucking show.
Yes, everything's rankable.
Yep.
I do feel like they switched the artist though from Nightfall. I don't know. I guess it could be the same guy. I haven't checked, but
yeah,
it looks a bit different.
All right, and now onto the spreadsheet.
Yeah, this. Oh, I'm still on this one. This is a very ambitious album. Probably their most ambitious album. And I think it has some problems with it has some problems with the production and the development. Some of the songs have too much stuff going on, and they'd be better if they tone it down a little bit. But I also really love the layers. So like I can listen to this album a lot. Like as much as I love Nightfall and Middle Earth or Imaginations from the Other Side, at least Nightfall and Middle Earth, that requires me to, I really want to listen to the story when I want to listen to it. So, but for this one, this is more when you want to immerse yourself into the layers of noise and just listen to different notes and different motifs throughout it. Because on Imaginations, they may have like 2 layers going on. Like Bright Eyes, they layer vocals once or twice. But this, they have like an orchestra and I don't know if they have an actual orchestra, but
it's like a keyboard orchestra.
They do a lot more layering of noise in it. And you can pick out. It's not as clear as Imaginations is because of how many layers they add. And that is why Imaginations is higher than, or, that's the main problem, is it's not, they didn't produce it in the right way to have every layer be completely distinct, basically, is my biggest issue with it. Sometimes it's too muddy. And it's not.
This is with Night at the Opera you're talking about.
Night at the Opera. It's also the last drum performance by Tom and Stouch, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Before he goes on to
Iron Savior, right?
No. Well, maybe.
Savage Circus.
Savage Circus, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been climbing the ranking, re-listens. It actually fluctuates. A lot of them, like the first 2 albums, also climbed. They've been sort of neck and neck, actually. But and you'll see that it's literally like within a 0.1, 0.2 of each other. Yeah, it's 4 points off Follow the Blind. So it starts with Precious Jerusalem. This is a great sort of upbeat start to the album. It's not an epic start, which they didn't have on the previous album or this one, and they won't have on the next one. But it's sort of a fast-paced song that goes very high and bombastic, which a lot of the tracks on this album do that. It's a good song. You go to bat. I think it could be better. I think they could have produced it better. I think it may also not be placed in the best spot. It is an upbeat song, but then you also have Battlefield, the next song, which is also an upbeat song. Maybe not upbeat, but like in terms of feeling and in terms of sort of the sound of it, the tone of the sound. You have
the energy of it is
a
definitely
more uplifting song. And it
sounds like one of those glory of war kind of songs.
Yes. You know? They both have great consistency and throughput, but they're also they're both at the same spot, and they're also both mainly the most uplifting songs on the album. So you're sort of layering too much stuff in this one part of the album. This album also has a bit of a problem with structure in terms of where the songs are placed, in my opinion. Under the Ice, I like. It goes back to a more sort of minor, discordant melody or mode, it starts off slower. It has a more variety in how it goes. You still have some thrashy elements to it. The chorus, I don't think is as memorable as the previous two choruses, but I enjoy the verses a lot more. And I can still remember the chorus. It's like, under the ice you will be free. I don't remember the rest of it.
That was one of the tracks where I said there was like 4 different choruses or something like that.
Yes, because it layers itself on top of it. It goes up each time.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have Sadly Sings Destiny. More melodic, but still sad. I put this a little beneath Under the Ice. I don't think it does as much with its sound. It's also, just like every other track on this album, it has a lot of layers to it, but it doesn't do as much with them. Rather than being too muddy, I just think it doesn't do enough. The Maiden and the Minstrel Knight. I think this is
ballad.
I like it. It has a ballad start to it. Da da da. You know, my first love or my last, and then it picks up halfway through into a really sort of powerful emotional bit, and then it ends, and then it doesn't end, and then it brings back for like a rapid ending, which maybe they could have avoided. May have been a 10 for me if they sort of
I feel like that was
a fake out, but
indulgent songwriting choice.
Mm-hmm. But it also, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, this part. Oh, wait, and then it picks up, and I'm like, like you're in on the joke.
You're like,
but
yes!
Sometimes I'm like, oh right,
there's
I
more.
still have to listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on the mood I'm in, and that matters a lot for this album, But I guess music is like that. The mood you are in,
yeah, dude,
impacts how you take the song.
The season of life and the mood of the day or the week or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Wait for an Answer is an amazing song. It is just great. This is the successful. This is what all of this album should have been. This is successful landing, basically, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That they wanted to do with this album, but they didn't manage to do it correctly for a few of the other songs. But it has such good layering on the choruses, such good layering on the ending, and it ends with sort of a high. So it sort of resolves itself. It's because you're asking your question for the whole chorus, and then at the end, the answer to the question is in your mind.
It's like the solo part where Hansy's kind of closing it all up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you will know the answer.
The answer's within. It's in your mind. And then that mind is sort of a resolving chord.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree with you on that song.
And we have next Soul Forged. That's one I listen to a fair amount. I like the story to it. This one's about the Dragonlance books, which you probably don't know, Logan.
I do not.
They're a D&D, basically.
That fits.
And I sort of like, it's about sort of a cranky wizard. So I like that bit. But the song itself is not as memorable. Really, the only part I remember is the intro verses. The Soul Forged. Oh, man. They say the Soul Forged, of course. But I can't remember the chorus right now.
Yeah, I don't remember this song at all.
Well, the entry verses are, I'm not insane, that's how it seems, though. Spiteful, cruel, but wise beyond his years. That's it. That's stuck in my head forever, probably. They just don't, I don't think they follow through on what the verses sort of promise in the beginning of the song. Age of False Innocence. This one's just an 8 song. It doesn't fail to follow through on good parts. It is what it is. This is what it gets to be, you know. I don't know if they could improve it. There's something, maybe they could get, I think it lasts a little too long. But it's an 8. I mean, 8s are songs I like. So 7, I like 7.
Like
7 too, to be honest. 6s is where it gets iffy. But Punishment Divine. This is starting to pick up into the ending of the album, which is still 20 minutes in terms of runtime. But this sort of goes back into a darker path. It's more energetic than maybe it just has more variety in the verses and in the sort of chorus. I think it does a better version of the chorus from Under the Ice, because Under the Ice has sort of an escalating chorus, and Punishment Divine, the chorus, it escalates in other parts of the song, and then when it gets to the chorus, you sort of just go through the chorus. The chorus is, other than that, it's fairly similar to Under the Ice, and lasts about the same amount of time. They also don't repeat the chorus as much as they do in Under the Ice, I think.
Yeah. But, by the way, you got nerd points for the Dragonlance knowledge.
Is this in the? I'm not looking at the.
No
oh
solution.
Yeah, no solution.
Respect.
There's some other, like The Last Candle's a dragon. I think that's a Dragonlance.
I believe so. Yeah, I'd have to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I'd have to consult the notes again, but
mainly just the trilogy and the.
Yeah, it is. It's Dragonlance for The Last Candle. Sorry. Sidetrack. You got one more song, I believe.
And then there was Silence, which is
and then there was a 14-minute song.
Epic.
Yeah.
Probably the most epic Blind Guardian song. It is too long to get in my top 5. So
yeah.
There's that. But it's still a wonderful song, probably in my top 10 Blind Guardian songs. It tells it is a story, right? It's telling the story of the Trojan War, basically.
And the whole story too. It's like
the whole story.
The Iliad,
it
the
gets
Aeneid,
Paris' birth,
Odyssey.
it gets Helen of Troy, it gets the golden apple and the challenge, it gets the battle at the walls, it gets the sacking of Troy, it gets
the aftermath,
fleeing to
Paris
Rome.
Fleeing, right?
Yeah. It's not told temporally correctly. Like if you follow the lyrics, the song mainly travels in a sort of emotional bent rather than having a temporal story.
Mm-hmm.
If I recall correctly. I mean, it does go over Cassandra. Under the Ice is also about Cassandra, the prophetess Oracle of Delphi, who wasn't believed with. She told the prophecy to the king of Troy that Paris would destroy the kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like self-fulfilling prophecies and all that stuff. I believe that's what Under the Ice is about. But that's there's some problems with the artwork and the.
How do you describe or talk about a 14-minute song like this?
What do you mean? It has maybe the chorus happens 3 times in it at the sort of end of each inner arc of the song. So like every 4 minutes, the chorus will pop up, and you only say "and then there was silence," I think, at the 5-minute mark, and then you go on. I mean, I do like the song a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably
pick
a random spot in it.
That's impressive. Yeah.
You could pick a random spot in it, and I would know where I was in it, right? Like it doesn't. The only part that really repeats is the chorus.
This is true. Yeah. That would not be the same for me. You could put me in that song and be like, I would say minute 7, just to be safe.
I mean, you need to go into it as if you want a story out of it. It's sort of like the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner or something. You're like,
that's true, and I put up with that. Put up with that song and absolutely love that song. So,
I mean, I love that song too. But
I guess I'll get to my take in a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is 8.4, and it's number 6. It's battling with Battalions of Fear, basically.
I see. Okay. No, it's funny because Marc and I, leading up to this stream, I think we were arguing or just talking about this album a lot. Like this was a big,
it is typically a divisive album. And
it is. I mean, it's cool to hear No Solution like it.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it too. I don't like it quite as much as you, but honestly, it's closer than what I was originally thinking it would be from when we were talking earlier about it. Because I don't know. I feel like I was coming off like I was hating on it. It's just such an interesting album. It's like it really brings out a dualistic nature, if you will, of what it can be to be a fan of extreme music, where you're like, more is good until it's not, and then less is better. It's just like, when is too much? Because metal music is all about excess. I think, in a nutshell, extreme music is about just more of what we like. Like, we like it heavy, let's make it heavier. We like it faster, let's make it faster. We like it, epic, let's make it more epic. Then what happens when we jump across the line? And to me, this is like that album that is essentially intentionally doing it. And I just think it's such an interesting album in their discography. I know I told you this. I feel like it's one of their most important albums and really signifies a new era for the band. Which, by the way, I'm going to sidetrack here the CD, which I think I'm a little bummed for the record. They don't have this on the back.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, like that's
Like,
funny. Like this
yes,
is
it is.
like
You have
I
like the
actually
swamp thing or whatever in the middle. Yeah.
I do not like this album cover too much just because it's kind of a joke, but it kind of makes sense actually, you know.
Mhm.
And that's funny there. And then I like how in the booklet it's the band
Yeah.
members too.
Yeah.
Sleep there. I don't know if that's on the record that you have, maybe on
don't
the
think so,
inner
no.
inner sheet.
No.
But yeah, this is just such an interesting album for the band to do, you know. And I think it, like I said, it really shapes their whole career, kind of after this, up until the most recent album. Essentially, I think they got to Nightfall, Middle Earth, and then they're like, "Oh shit, what do we do now? We've achieved kind of what we wanted to achieve."
Mm-hmm.
And then, Mark, you said this, and I think I'll take. They essentially doubled down on Nightfall and Middle Earth, and they did all the elements
And
that they
imagination.
already did. Yeah, but then just put more on top, and they just layered everything, and they probably spent the 4 years between those two albums just going over and adding and adding and adding. I mean, this is probably the most excessive albums I can think of. I mean, especially, well, I don't know too much about power metal, but I think even in the scope of power metal, this has to be a bit overblown and just
yes,
a little ridiculous.
I mean, even like it, but it's not. You know, it's not meant to be ridiculous. Like there are a lot of ridiculous bands that are power metal bands that intend to be like almost parodies. You know, like Ailstorm or something. You know, they're or Glory.
I mean, I definitely mean like ridiculous in just how dense and like the scope of
and
some
it
of these
is
songs.
dense and ambitious songwriting, and I don't think even the most ambitious parody album even gets close to that density of like song.
Yeah,
You know, it's just
it's impressive. I mean, there's so much layering with the use of like vocal layering, effects, samples, synthesizers, and just keyboards. It's a lot. Sometimes it can be distracting. I mean, it kind of also can cause the album to blend together and kind of be tough to decipher and to get through, especially when you're like getting used to it. Essentially, I think because every element of the album is so big and bombastic, it means that it diminishes how big certain sections could be, right? If everything is so overblown, then it means less when like a big chorus pops in, you know? But still, I'm not trying to say I don't like it. I do, you know? The greatest weakness of this album is its greatest strength. I can't think of too many albums that really try to do this and pull it off as well as this one. It's just so epic, and I think it does fit what they wanted to do with it, like a night at the theater, kind of. So I think if I come off like a hater on it, it's because of how strong the 90s output for Blind Guardian is and how the scope is a little bit more subdued. I said the layering is just nowhere near what it on this album, and yeah, it's just tough. It's just tough to compare and tough to go from, you know, heck, even Nightfall to this album. But still, I think Precious Jerusalem is a great opener and definitely introduces the change that is on this album very distinctly without being too much. You know, it definitely introduces the strengths of the album, like the choruses that are just huge and get stuck in your head, and they're just there for weeks, you know. And like the verses that are like, there's so many elements and different pieces going on during the verses. You're entertained like on the to listen through, you know.
Yes.
I think the scope of the album is so impressive. You do have to sit back and just be in awe that the fact they were able to pull it off. I mean, I think it's kind of an album where it's impossible to get bored because of how much is going on. Let me switch over to my spreadsheet.
But that also may make it hard to listen to, you know, like.
Yes, it's I mean like the greatest part of this album is also the weakest part.
Yeah,
it's just such an interesting duality, you know. Yeah, for me, there's 2 nines. Precious Jerusalem, I think, is a great opener. Sadly Sings Destiny. I love the chorus on Sadly Sings Destiny. And then I am with you 100%, Mark. Everything you said about Waiting for an Answer is spot on. That's a perfect song. I think that is the ideal track for what they wanted to do, where, you know, super, you know, intense verses that are building up to this chorus, which almost sounds like there's definitely elements of Queen on here, and just certain like.
Well, it is named after a Queen album. Right?
Yeah. So I think it has to be mentioned that there's certain points where they're thinking about it from a vocal perspective. Of course, the vocals are all Hansi, you know, layering, but it still works. And then from there, I kind of get like a little bogged down, and maybe if I could listen to this a couple more times, it'd be better. But the ending of the album, I kind of get. I mean, they're still all 8s, so take that what you will.
There's nothing in there that rankles you, you know, that it's just is sometimes just a rush, and it just goes to the end, and you can't focus on the specifics because there's so much that you can't pick anything out, right?
That's exactly it, essentially. I mean, I'll think I'm on like Age of False Innocence. I'm like, wow, this part is really cool, and I'll look and it's Punishment Divine, or, you know, I'll think it's the end of, and then there was silence, but guess what? There's still 6 minutes left on the song. So it's it's a lot. It's a lot to ask for a listener, but it's definitely worth it. Like, I agree with what No Solution was saying. It's also a very emotive album, and it ranges from, you know, like elements of sadness, such on like heck, Precious Jerusalem, Sadly Sings Destiny, you know, but to also elements of triumph as well, like Wait for an Answer, to me is a very triumphant song. And then there was Silence, sounds triumphant. I mean, it sings about sad, you know, happenings, but it's still like that chorus is pretty epic. So yeah. And I mean, and then there was Silence is impressive. I have to just give them respect for closing their longest album up to this point, the longest song that they've ever created. Like, that's a ballsy move, in my opinion. You know, They definitely pulled it off. Let's see. In closing, this is definitely, to me, one of their most important albums in the discography, and I think it kind of sets up the next portion of their career that we're about to dive into. And the successes and the failures of this album really dictate where they go from here. So I think,
ranking.
I give this one an 8.2, and it's a 7 in the overall ranking. So that's what I mean. Like, you gave it an 8.4 and ranked it 6. I gave it an 8.2 and ranked it 7. So we're really not that far off on it.
And technically, I gave it an 8.38 because I gave Follow the Blind an 8.4, right? So both of them are basically 8.4. And then Battalions of Fear is 8.3. Oh, yeah. Good night.
I want to say night to No Solution. Cheers for joining, man. Appreciate it. I know. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Let's see if we can wrap this up in the next hour. What do you say?
Yeah, we can do that. I don't have a vinyl for this next one.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. So, from 2002, it's another, I want to say 4 years. This is 2006, right?
Yeah.
Yes, 2006. We go to A Twist in the Myth. So, yeah, this is definitely different from the previous album. I'll let Marc touch on that. So, it's interesting how they did the text on the back. And I just realized there's an interview section here.
Yeah.
And that's a Dead Sound of Misery. It must be a bonus track, huh?
Dead Sound of Misery is a bonus track. It is a redone, down-tuned version of Fly. I like it better than Fly. But
I remember you showing me that
as well.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if
Did you hear the interview? Have you listened to the interview?
Probably once, but I don't remember what it is about. But
I will let you.
I believe I've listened to it. So I feel like, I don't know, this is just going from what I heard from like other forums and reviews, and also from the Marty Worm podcast. You mentioned it earlier, but I also watched the whole thing. And Night at the Opera was apparently criticized heavily, which I was basically 4 at the time, so I have no idea. I had no opinions on anything.
You were 4, I was 9, so yeah, who knows what happened.
When I came into A Night at the Opera, I just really loved And Then There Was Silence, right? That was my first thing. Anyway, it was criticized apparently fairly heavily. And I think because of that, they pulled back from that sort of bombastic setup a little too much from that sort of excess development, and went a little too far back into just sort of like poppy song structure, and just having like very traditional just songs that just go through to the end and don't really, there's not a part of the song that really catches me on this album. Really, it's just 8s and 7s, and Fly's good, and I like Otherland. But Dead Sound of Misery is also, I think that's better than Fly. I don't think it's a 10 though, but it's a 9, and that's a bonus track though. But it literally is just Fly down tuned with different lyrics. I didn't go as in depth discussing this one.
There's not the need.
It's simpler than the previous one. It still has that sort of sound and production quality, I think, but it is not as layered at all. It's more pop structured in terms of song development, and it sort of just hits all the notes, gets the chorus in there, but doesn't. It feels less inspired, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there are some songs like Scalds and Shadows. I go back and forth between whether I can stand it or not, but sometimes I can't. I have to.
Do you skip it?
That's typically the one I skip. Yeah, Scald and Shadows I usually skip. And when I re-listened to it, and it wasn't as bad as I remember. I re-listened to it for this, but I just remember when I first got this album, which it was probably before I got the first. Definitely before I got the first two and Somewhere Far Beyond. It was probably after I got A Night at the Opera is when I got this album. And when I first listened to it, I really did not like Scalds and Shadows. Just rubbed me the wrong way. But
It's still not high up on your list. So
no, it's not. I just got over my dislike of it. And now I just
tolerate
am more ambivalent. I sort of like the album art. I like the dragon, and it sort of calls back to Imaginations. But it's also very much like, this is like the TV show version of like a movie cover. Like this, like Merlin or something, or like some, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this starts a new era for their album covers, which I'm not really a fan of, truthfully. Like, I don't think I rank any of these album covers super highly coming up, but yeah, it definitely has that straight to DVD video kind of vibe or something.
Yes.
Or a TV show on the BBC network.
Did you watch Merlin? Probably not.
Episodes, not all, not no.
Me and Dad watched the whole thing a while ago, but it's a 7.64, 7.56. So overall. Okay. So I guess I rank it higher than you rank.
I was say, here, but yeah. And so you Fly is your 1.9, and then
Otherland's a 9 too.
Oh, Otherland, yeah, okay.
But
that's probably
there's decent number of 7s, probably equivalent to the 8s, and then there's a 6. So
this is your first album that dips below an 8, though, right?
It might be the only one.
Oh shit.
Well, we'll find out later.
Okay. My turn?
Yep.
Alrighty. So, yeah. Definitely agree with Marc here. This is, to me, a direct response to the excess that was Night at the Opera. And they're just, like, taking it all back. They're still trying to preserve, like, certain vocal elements and choruses, but without the same like energy and bombast, and it just doesn't sound as inspired on here, like across the board. Like the opening track, This Will Never End, for example, it's good, but the chorus is like more there. It's like engaging, but it doesn't like push it to the next level. And it's an 8 for me. I guess I'll go and hit my my spreadsheet here. But yeah, it's an 8. Otherland is the one song that I think, jumps above the others. and is a 9.
Interesting. The edge
It has. I did not like the edge. It was like had
This
this
is
weird.
the edge now. It's all we're waiting for.
That's why I didn't like it. That part right there. I'm like, that was kind of a cheesy line.
Yeah.
Other Land is a cool song. I like the it sounds kind of dark, and the chorus is the strongest part of this whole album. Yeah, Turn the Pages is 7. Fly, that's like the most hard rocking dad rock song. That's 7. Carry the Blessed Home. I thought that was a throwaway like ballad.
It's almost ballady. There's
Yeah.
not really. It's I guess Skeleton Shadows is the ballad on this one,
Which
but
yeah,
they don't
that
really
one
have.
you
the
can tell
good
that one I
ballad
didn't like
structure.
that's a 7, which is solid. I mean, I think towards the end I started to kind of check out and not pay attention as much.
Mhm.
You know, yeah. I mean, Stranger Me is cool. Like I do like that one. I kind of wish they had cut out Carry the Blessed Home and just put Stranger Me after Fly. I think that would have been a better way to
Mhm.
structure the album. Yeah, I mean, it kind of wraps up pretty innocently. Like, it's not an offensive album. It's not a problematic album. It's kind of just there for the most part to me. And for Blind Guardian, being there is still being pretty good. I mean, we're looking at this. I'm still giving out 7s and 8s and a 9. So that, yeah, that's good. So I mean, to me, this is a 7.2. I think the album construction could have definitely been fixed because towards the end of the album, I'm really starting to zone out. Like after Lionheart, the last 3 songs, Scald and Shadows could probably be a 6. I kind of could agree with that. But yeah, the New World Order, I was kind of being nice to give it an 8 just because I felt like this was a 7.2 and I wanted to try to get it to a 7.2. So yeah, and I'm with John on this one. I mean, like, this is not even their busy album. We'll get to that one soon.
I think it's
But
just yeah.
yeah, to me, it's just there. It's their most album, which is just them. Let me see. I wrote down a line I want to try to read. Okay. So the decision to go to this album after their most ambitious album is an interesting one because it's stripped back and harkens to a different era while still possessing a hard rock 70s vibe to it. I think it was them apologizing for going overboard on A Night at the Opera, or
Well, it's also their lead
they just didn't know where to go. They didn't know where to go after it, and they're just pulling from what they know, which is, their 90s output and 70s hard rock. To me, it's just such an interesting choice after Night at the Opera.
Mhm.
That it has to be related to coming after this album,
Yes, and the reception.
Yeah, like there's no denying that this is a response. But
And
another
so
CD,
the next one.
At the
Yes.
Edge of Time.
The Edge of Time.
So this one came out in 2009. I think.
Really? 2010?
It's either that or 2010. I gotta check. On the CD it says 2010. For some reason I thought it was 2009.
It says 2010 on Wikipedia.
It does. Yep. So came out in 2010. So 4 years after. on Nuclear Blast. So this was Nuclear Blast too. Didn't realize that. But yeah. When did you pick this one up, Mark?
That was the first album I bought myself.
Oh, even before Night at the Opera?
Oh yeah. That was we went to
FYE, right?
FYE
yeah.
in like 2011.
Yeah.
I was like 14 or something. 13.
I remember when.
How old was I?
Oh yeah, you would have been 13 or 14 probably.
And
I remember when I was getting into Blood Guardian, and this album was everywhere. Like I hadn't heard. I mean, I hadn't heard it at all. Like I was still listening to Imaginations and stuff, but like everyone was talking about this album, and you know, I was seeing T-shirts places, and you know,
yeah.
So this felt like a big album. So
we went to we were on a music shopping trip. We went to Edward McKay's and FYE, and so we got this from FYE. I don't remember what we got at the other places, but
yeah, I don't know. I went to Edward McKay's so many times. It's hard to keep track.
Yeah,
I know I got Imaginations from Edward McKay's. But yeah, so Edge of Time. Let's see what we got for you.
I think this is a movement in the right direction. From just to paraphrase myself, it is not up to their previous. Like it's not even up to Night at the Opera, really, in my opinion. It is. They increased the bombast, really. They're starting to return the bombast, return the sort of earlier songwriting style with sort of some thrashy elements that they throw in there. Like Tanalorn has some thrashy bits. Control the Divine Mate. War of the Thrones is a ballad. A Voice in the Dark is also fairly aggressive guitars. I like the guitar work on that one. The choruses do not succeed, except for a few cases, with being so over the top, and like it feels like the superficial layers from A Night at the Opera without the underneath sort of backbone in some cases in the bombastic bits. I don't really have a complaint about the more guitar elements, the riffs and the Andre Ulrich and Marcus. I don't complain about them. I don't know. They're not my problem with this, right? My problem is mainly the sort of layering and sound design is just not there, right? Like to me, that they're probably trying to do Imaginations again, because Imaginations is the last one that they did that had the sort of intro like this. It had this structure where you have the sort of long epic song in the beginning, 8-minute sort of more impactful bombastic epic. Then you go into a sort of fast paced song. Then you go into a sort of slower, it's copying that sort of album structure. But the songs are just not. The songs themselves don't have that bite that Imaginations had, Like I like the War of the Thrones. I like Curse My Name a lot. I like Road of No Release.
Surprised you gave Valkyries a 6. I swear I remember you liking that song.
No, you liked that song.
Oh,
you liked that song when we first got it.
I gave it an 8 on my rating. So
I have never liked Valkyries.
That's funny.
To me, it's like
I was
Carry the Blessed
projecting.
Home. It's like it's like that song, and it's a 6. I'm not a big fan of it. War of the Thrones, I like. Voice in the Dark. A lot of them are 8s, but they could be better. And I don't know how to make them better. But there's something missing, I think. And then Wheel of Time is probably the most successful song on this album.
Of doing what it wants to do.
Yeah, doing what I think their goal for the album is. Road of No Release is good too. I think he may have a scream again on that one, if I remember correctly.
It's funny, we agree upon Road of No Release.
There's a 9. Oh, and this is 7 point. This is basically an 8. 7.96. And it is at, oh boy, 9 or 10. You'll see on the next one why it's 9 or 10, because, well,
we'll see. So, yeah, this one for me, it's funny what a small little difference in rating can do for like the overall ranking. I think I like this one a lot more than you did. I've listened to this one a lot less though. I mean, I've definitely heard this from you a couple times, but I probably listened to this like once or twice solo, before getting ready for the stream, and I don't know. I really dug it. To me, I thought this was them trying to do a Night at the Opera, but a little more controlled and reined back, where they're adding all these extra elements and stuff in, but it's still not diluting their overall sound, and it's not as overbearing as what a Night at the Opera ended up being. And I think it was. I mean, it's successful in doing that. Yeah, to me, especially when you're comparing it to Twist in the Myth, from the opening moments of Secret Worlds, this band they sound inspired again, like they're actually enjoying writing music. And I scan my notes. Sounds like what they wanted Night at the Opera to sound like. Either studio technology caught up to what their vision was originally, or they learned enough self-control in the songwriting department to avoid certain pitfalls that ended up, on the album. Not syncing it, as I said, but just kind of slowing it down a little bit. This is probably my second biggest surprise outside of Somewhere Far Beyond as far as ranking this discography goes. I did not realize I was going to like this so much. I thought it was going to be a power metal album, if that makes sense. Like this is their, modern day power metal release. But it still sounds
Blind Guardian.
Very much like Blind Guardian. It's still like Blind Guardian with, the same amount of thematic emotional intensity, but with, cleaner production. So, I mean, I think I definitely originally wrote it off as being too polished and similar to the European power metal sound, but I think it works with what the album wants to do, and it brings Blind Guardian into the modern era. And I don't think Blind Guardian would be the band they are today without this album, Because I think when we were coming into them, Marc, they were on the upswing because of this release.
Mhm.
You know, like getting highlighted in the press more often.
Yes.
Just once again on people, word of mouth was strong for them because of this album. I mean, I think this is well received by fans of the band and by like metal overall. You know,
Mhm.
um, and I can definitely see why. Uh, as I said, it's layered and but not as dense and unwieldy as Night at the Opera, and it's also more immediate in trying to digest the songs. I think it
Yeah.
still suffers from being too long. I mean, it's still over an hour, right? Like, isn't it like an hour and
4 minutes.
Hour and 4 minutes, yeah. But
Nightfall's hour and 5, and I think this is shorter than Nightfall. So.
okay, it's still a long album, and Nightfall at least had the transitions, to kind of cushion it a little bit. I think it brings back the strong opening for a Blind Guardian album. Like Sacred Worlds into Tanalorn is awesome. As you can tell, I absolutely love Tanalorn. I just
Mhm.
think the speed of the verse and the epic uh, slowed down chorus is just awesome. I also like how dark the song is. He goes into the void.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he goes, cry for Tanalorn. Still I hear the voices. And
Mhm.
it just, he changes it up throughout the choruses and throughout the whole song. Like it's really, it's a song that grows as it progresses, but it still retains the same energy throughout. So, favorite song on the album by far.
Yeah.
And then Road of No Release and Curse My Name keep up this momentum. I think Curse My Name sounds like a song that Blind Guardian has wanted to write for probably a decade up to this point.
Since Past and Future Secret, I think, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is the medieval fantasy song that they've been messing around with, I said, since the 90s. And I think it's great. It really makes you feel like you're stuck in a royal court being, stuck in the drama of whatever it would be like, back then. It's an impressive and unique song, I think, in the Blind Guardian discography. And then after that, it goes into more of a traditional power metal affair for the rest of the album. And it doesn't quite keep up the momentum. Like during War of Thrones, I'm like not as interested. It's really the only song that's not an 8. So, but yeah, the closing song is epic as well. But still, it's towards the end, and I'm a little like kind of burnt out on the intensity and the power metal nature of this album. So it's an 8. It's still great album, and to me, almost the best of this modern era.
Yeah.
Almost.
This is, for me at least, this album is one that does the opposite of growing as I listen to it. So
Interesting. See, so I'm probably still in my
I liked
first.
it more when I first bought it.
Mhm.
Is all I can say. And I did Taylor did used to be my favorite one on this album too.
Interesting.
But
I'm still in my first probably 6 listens. I think I probably listened to it 5 or 6 times
mhm.
in total. So I don't know. Maybe if I would listen to this more than just a couple. But yeah, as you can see, the artwork I still give a 7. I'm still not a fan of this like CGI.
Yeah.
computer graphic. I mean, this might still be my favorite of the new era of art, the artwork, but the production is also great. Can't deny. And then, yeah, so it's an 8.3, and I have it ranked as let me see, 6. It's actually one ahead of A Night at the Opera. So.
There is
All right.
actually a very dense pack of them in like 8 to 8.5, like the majority of the albums are in that range.
For sure. Also, good night to our one last viewer.
Oh, good night.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate it. Well, we're almost done. We have 2.5 more albums left.
If only they were here to see this.
Ooh, yeah.
This was at the height of I was really into Blind Guardian, of course. I still am. But maybe I wouldn't. Honestly, if I could change anything, I would buy the God Machine on vinyl and I would buy this on CD. But, it is what it is.
I mean, you can still buy the God Machine on vinyl.
So this is just a black vinyl.
I recognize that artwork, though.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like all of the extra stuff that's on the on the gatefolds of the
I believe
reissues.
It came out the same year they did the reissues, or maybe the year before. But it is
I think the year before sounds right. When did it come out? Is that 2015 or 2016? 2015. Sorry, I just answered my own question.
Yeah.
Released January 2015.
I don't know when the reissues were released.
I think it was definitely after.
It was definitely after, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember when they were announced, I was like, oh man. I have to buy the reissue of this one too. No.
Hasn't come out yet, right?
I don't know. I haven't actually kept track. I was not really interested in getting the Twist and the Myth on
on vinyl.
Reissue vinyl with whatever color they pick. But, I might get it someday. I forgot. Similar. It's basically, to me, it's similar to At the Edge of Time. Worse in the beginning and better at the end. Well, I guess roughly equivalent, actually. I contradict myself. It has a different tone and a different scope to it, but it's basically the same album format. Similar song structure. The main difference is they just try to change up the tone and change up the sort of point of it, but they still have the same sort of like epic song at the beginning, epic song at the end. I have Doom on this, but that's just because my vinyl has Doom on it, right?
Yeah, I did not listen to Doom because it's not on the Spotify version. So the Grand Parade was the last song for me.
Yeah, but it's basically the same as the ranking I give overall is literally the same. It's like 0.01 higher than At the Edge of Time. So
wow. So it's also an 8 out of 10.
Basically, yeah. And Yeah, Ninth Wave I thought was overdone. Twilight of the Gods I thought was just not enough. It was more sort of like twist and the mythy.
Yeah.
Prophecies
now we're
was
talking
good.
about it. The chorus of Twilight from the Gods is stuck in my head. So at least that is.
What is it?
The chorus.
What is it?
Because it's one of those where there's a lot going on, right? So it's kind of tough to describe. The twilight of the gods, gods will rise. You know, like it's layered. You know,
Bit too late. It's sort of, to me,
it's so layered. I can't like actually.
There's no
sing or express it.
There's none of the lowered, like. It feels like it's layered without a baseline, like it's a shell, almost. An intricate shell of paper mache. No, but it's an 8, which is good. 8s are good. So I am somewhat critical of them, but that's because that's.
I mean, it's the discography that you're stacking it into. You know,
I'm still gonna buy it when I see it in a record store.
Yeah.
I have the record already, but I'm talking about like At the Edge of Time, or probably even A Twist in the Myth if it's like $10.
Anything else for this one? I mean, like I see you got Sacred Mind.
There's some good ones. Ashes of Eternity.
Yeah.
Distant Memories increases it. Holy Grail I like. We saw that one live, I think. The Throne is good. Sacred Mind I quite like that one. That's sort of what brings it up to an 8, probably. Miracle.
Is that the one where he goes, "Fire, walk with me"?
I think so.
Because that's another song that's based off of. It's based off of Twin Peaks. I believe, and some of like the entities that exist in that universe.
And this is actually supposed to be a sequel to Imaginations, conceptually. And,
I can't decipher it, but
it's about some sort of group guy who opens a door between all the fictitious realities and combines them into one world that were mentioned in Imaginations, and then it's about him going around and doing stuff with that. This is also sort of preluding to, well, we'll get to it in a little bit. We'll probably just go over it. I haven't put it in my ranking,
I haven't listened. But
this is an 8. Number 10 or number 9. It's tied with At the Edge of Time. So
I see. So it's like the 10A, 9B kind of thing.
I think they're the same. Yeah. They're like the same. They're not the same album because they differ in tone and sort of feel to them. But
it's a party, all right. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
So far, it's like what a 3-person party, but we'll take it. But yeah, we're kind of wrapping it up. We got 2 more albums. I'm diving into Beyond the Red Mirror. To me, man, this is the most blown out and overproduced Blind Guardian album that they've done. It's long, it's drawn out, and it just all blends together. Yeah, it's their longest studio album.
Even without the bonus track, it's hour and 15 minutes or something.
Yeah. To me, this sounds like their final attempt at recapturing A Night at the Opera. They're like, oh yeah, we almost got there with, At the Edge of Time. Let's try again and just make At the Edge of Time bigger. because I mean these songs are all bigger. There's more bells and whistles in it. They sound like there's more going on, but at the same time, there's not as much going on to it. Like there's not as much substance to me. It really stands out and hooks you.
I think I think they're trying to do imaginations, because the song structure, and the song format, and the song, like how they structure the album, is literally the same as imaginations. The sound of the album, like the production and the sound, is more of that sound you get on A Night at the Opera and Twist and the Myth. But the style they're trying to emulate is imaginations, right? So I think they want a new imaginations in their new sound, right?
Well, that would make sense why it's the similar concept. You know, where they're rehashing the theme. But you can't deny that, like, the songs themselves and like how the album is produced is very. To me, it's
their new production, which they first
Night at the Opera
experimented with on A Night at the Opera, yes. But I don't think they're trying to. They're just keeping the same production and sound, but they're not trying to do Night at the Opera again, right? They don't have a 14-minute long epic about Troy. They have a 9-minute long ending song, which is trying to. It's a grand parade. It's trying to emulate the grand ending,
and the story
ends. This is them trying to achieve imaginations with their new sound, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to listen to it again. It's funny because this one I have listened to it a fair amount of times, you know, because I was around when you bought it. I was around when we went to go see them live, and we're like, you know,
they had 2 songs.
Two, yeah, but like we still listen to this album a lot. I probably heard this 15, 20 times total. Whereas, like I said, at the age of time, I probably heard 6, 7. It's, I don't know, something about it just rubs me the wrong way. I think it tries to do a lot with the scope of the music and concept by tying it back to imaginations, but it fails to have the same amount of substance and hooks needed to pull off what they're trying to do, you know? Like, as I just said, I've listened to this probably 20 times. I'm not really able to dive deeper or get more out of it on each listen. You know, I'm still left feeling the same way. To me, it still has that Blind Guardian trait of opening strong. I personally enjoy. Let me add my link to the stream. I personally actually enjoy The Ninth Way and Twilight of the Gods. I think, you know, those are 8s to me. Like, as I said, Twilight of the Gods, that chorus is super catchy. Prophecies is probably my favorite song on the album. But then after that, I just get bogged down in the same song over and over again is what it sounds like to me. Like, I'm not necessarily able to differentiate too many of these. The Holy Grail, that's good. I agree with you there. Sacred Mind, I definitely agree on that one. But then the final 3 songs, I'm just...
What's the deal with the throne?
I actually don't remember. Maybe I forgot to rank that one. That might actually be one that I forgot to rate. So maybe this is higher.
5 is the default. 7. I do fill it all out with 5s.
I think I forgot to
when I give it out to people.
Yeah,
but
maybe this is a little higher than that. Still, I think the opening songs are the best, and then the whole album just gets gradually more weighed down as it progresses, and each song sounds a little bit more cookie cutter. I swear, I think this album sounds the most like a power metal band, you know, like a traditional European power metal band, and less like Blind Guardian to me. of all of their whole discography, this is the one that sounds the least like them, I think.
I think it sounds
That's
basically.
I don't know. Maybe
I think everything you said about it, I agree about this for this album, and I also say it applies to At the Edge of Time. That's
but
all.
At the Edge of Time is just, it has that songwriting magic to me, just a little bit more, and just enough where I'm like, yes, like the songs are clicking with me. These songs are not clicking with me. They're not bad. They're still good. But I'm not like hooked in and engaged, you know? So, I mean, especially towards the end, like Miracle Machine, I think I gave that a pity 7. I don't even remember what that one sounds like. The Grand
It's
Parade
like
is
a ballad. Miracle
yeah.
Machine is a ballad.
Okay. Grand Parade is cool, but like, you know, I think I just enjoyed it kind of wrapping up the album. Yeah, I just don't think I have the endurance. I once again think that if these songs were standing on their own, they would probably be better than they are in the concept of the album, right? Like, I think it's
The
stronger stronger individually than in the context of the album.
It crumbles under its own weight, basically.
Yep.
It's like stacking a tower of cards, but the cards are like porcelain slates.
Yeah. This is also my least favorite album cover. I mean, I get what's going on, but I do not like that CGI rendered stuff. And
these album covers are the most generic power metal album covers, right? Like this,
it looks like
this could be the album cover
for Rhapsody of Fire or something like that.
Rhapsody of Fire.
Like Luca Turill's Rhapsody B-side.
I don't think this sounds anything like Rhapsody.
No, I agree.
Really, there's not really a band that sounds like Blind Guardian, so I can't really like compare it.
I mean,
to it.
It's still a serviceable album, and I still give it a 7. And probably if I were to rank The Throne, it'd be a little bit higher. So I should try to listen, to it one more time. But I mean, come on, this is my least favorite Blind Guardian album, and I'm still giving it a 7.
It's surprising to me, but mainly just because I don't like Twist in the Myth a lot.
See, I was able to get through Twist in the Myth, like, and did I remember it, super well? No, but like this one it felt like a chore. These last like 3 songs or 2 songs after Sacred Mind, I was just like, are we done? And I've listened to this one a lot more than Twist in the Myth too.
Yes.
I think that was like, for me, I'm relatively familiar with this album, but it still feels tough, to get through at times.
All right.
But it's still good. So
it's
11. 11, yeah, for me.
Wow. Well, we're going to have a temporary...
Yes, segue.
Temporary segue.
One last intermission for anyone who's still on at 1:50 a.m.
Something that I don't think should have... it's orchestrated by Hansi and Andre Olbrich.
Yep.
This thing.
In the Prague Harmonic Orchestra.
Yes. I like it. I play it a few times. I've listened to it. It has a lot of stuff to it. I don't want to open it up because it's
you don't need
sort of thick.
Well, but, what's all in there though? Because that's like a triple or 4 LP set or something like that.
You have an album version. You have a instrumental version, which is just the instruments. I've listened to that a few times. audiobook, which is just the audiobook parts. And you also have a bunch of like little booklets and art and stuff. So, as they said in Marky Worm's stream, forget the specific words, something like a sucker or something.
What, I'm a sucker? Did someone buy
the
it?
Super fans who no. Someone was like, I pity the sucker who buys this. Or something like that.
There's the sucker right there.
Yeah.
So but you actually like it, right? So it's not like
it's not a metal album.
No.
I put it in my classical music playlist with Conan the Barbarian soundtrack and Predator and Superman and also
Star
classical
Trek
songs
or
like
Star
Beethoven
Wars.
and Star Trek.
Yeah.
So, but it's not.
I mean, you summed it up. I have not
Or
listened
like
to it.
Les Miserables.
One song. Yeah.
You know, it's like a play.
I mean, I think I do, and I think probably most Blind Guardian fans would consider it as like a side project or like a side LP, not something that's actually Blind Guardian.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tagged as what the
Twilight Orchestra.
The Twilight Orchestra. So it's not even like.
Well, it's Blind Guardian's
tagged.
Twilight Orchestra. So,
but it's still, it's not like. Blind Guardian presents, this album. Like I definitely view it as a side project, and that's why I felt fine not listening to it at all for the stream.
And I don't have it in this ranking, so
I've never heard it, but
you've heard it.
I have. I had forgotten it for some reason, but
I just remember we were probably drinking and it was playing on this record player. Mm-hmm. I remember doing that with you specifically.
I'm sure it was a fun evening. But anyway, that takes us to our last and our final album. Just this past year, 2022.
Oh yes.
In September. Our birth month, September, they dropped their 11th, 12th studio album.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. God Machine. Oh, the God Machine.
Yes.
So
they changed the album artwork sort of style again, right?
They really did. This is it's better than the last one. It's probably better than At the Edge of Time. I don't know if I necessarily like it as a Blind Guardian album cover.
It is a bit odd. It's like a
to me,
Japanese anime.
We talked about
giant.
this. It reminds me of Evangelion.
Yeah. Any sort of Gundam thing.
The movie, because that's the spear of what, Longinus?
Longinus. Yeah. Longinus.
And that guy looks like one of the
angels
from the end of Evangelion, the movie that just essentially destroy everything. And I don't necessarily know what this has to do, or what even the God Machine has to do with the music on this album. There's no song called The God Machine on here.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It's kind of an interesting choice, right? But
At the Edge of Time didn't have anything related to At the Edge of Time on it. That's on Beyond the Red Mirror.
The Wheel of Time.
Yeah, but At the Edge of Time is a song on Beyond the Red Mirror.
Yes, so that was weird. I agree. That was an odd thing. I just noticed there's like an infinity symbol down there. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's all these like veiny looking roots in trees.
Yeah, I have no idea what.
I
don't know what
it's-
that's from. It's probably a specific artwork.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I don't know, but it's a different album for them. I think from the artwork to the music itself.
Mhm.
So and probably one of the main pluses of doing this stream is having me actually listen to this, because up to this point I was not able to bring myself to give this the time of day for whatever
Mhm.
reason. Probably still just hung up on more extreme metal and not wanting to listen to power metal. We need type. But I'm glad I did, because this sounds a lot better than what I was expecting. Sounds a lot more inspired and just kind of even all the way through. But let me know when you're ready for.
I was just trying to figure out what the album artwork's about.
You want me to go and you keep researching?
Sure.
All right. So yeah, their most recent album, The God Machine. I want to read real quick what Hansi says about it. This is a quote. "We didn't want to rehash our qualities from 1995, but we didn't want to continue down the complex path that we've been going on forever. The God Machine is a new beginning for us. We've set a new course and gone back to certain things that we've neglected a bit on the last few albums." And yeah, I definitely consider The God Machine a reset for Blind Guardian. And I think it's the second one they've done. I think the first was A Twist in the Myth. It was kind of a reset. I think this is kind of serving the same purpose. But I think a little bit different, where I think they're really taking a step back and are intentionally trying to merge where they are in 2022 with where they were back in 1992. You know, it sounds a lot more calculated versus reactionary, like I think it was for Twist in the Myth. I do think they needed a pause after the Red Mirror this week. To talk about the music itself, let me pull up my spreadsheet. I think it's a great opening song. Delivers from Evil is just exactly what it needs to be. It's that strong Blind Guardian opener, memorable guitar lines all the way through. Gotta love the chorus. I think the guitar in the bridge is especially good. Damnation is a solid second song, but it has a chorus that reminds me a little bit more of like Beyond the Red Mirror and At the Edge of Time.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite song, of course, is Secrets of the American Gods, which is based on the book of the same name, and I think that shit's great. It really is a darker, kind of more reserved form of songwriting for this band, especially after, At the Edge of Time and Beyond the Red Mirror. And I think it benefits Hansi's strengths as a vocalist. He doesn't sound as washed out by a wall of sound behind him like he was in the previous two albums, and really gets a chance to breathe and add a lot of dynamic to the chorus of this song and really to the song in general. Once again, I think the way they're structuring this album makes it a dynamic and enjoyable listen as well. They balance speed with a more chorus-driven track. Like, for example, Violent Shadows goes into Life Beyond the Spheres, goes into Architects of Doom. and then into the ballad "Let It Be No More." So it goes,
Yes.
speedy thrash with violent shadows, and then the more atmospheric building, triumphant track, Life Beyond the Spheres, and then Architects of Doom is at speed again. And then Let It Be No More is the best ballad I think I've heard. Although, I don't know, it's Curse My Name, if you consider that a ballad, is kind of up there with
It
it
is.
as well.
I think.
It's just a more stripped down version of what compared to Curse My Name. Dude, Curse My Name has so much going on, but Let It
It
Be No
does,
More
but
is
it's not really
very.
at all similar to Let It Be. Like Let It Be No More is.
No, it's not. I agree. It's
Yeah.
not similar at all. It's Let It Be No More is very just vocal heavy track, but I like the darkness of it. Yeah, it ends on a strong note with Blood of the Elves, for sure. Destiny's a good closer. And I think, as I said, it really does balance out like the thrashier speed elements with a little bit more of those bombastic choruses. And I'm interested to see where they go from here. Like, I don't think they're a band that will ever stay still from album to album. So who knows what's going to happen next? I'm kind of happy that we're doing this stream after an album like this versus an album like Beyond the Red Mirror. It just feels more like ending on a hopeful note. Like, where are they going to go from here? Could be into even more progressive directions, or who knows? We'll see.
It's really
I'm
interesting
hopeful.
because that interview you quoted, did you quote the part where he was like, "I wanted to go more into death metal, but my
I
other
did
band
not.
members vetoed me"?
I did
Yeah.
not quote that part. I left that part out, but that was in there, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
That was
And
interesting.
tracks like Violent Shadows and Blood of the Elves, it's like you kind of see maybe a little bit.
Just a tinkling.
Yeah, like, that's. I could see where you could put some death metal maybe in there, but I don't know. It's cool to hear that's where Hansi kind of is, and this is where the band is, So I am definitely a fan of this one. I give it a 8.4. And this is my 5th album. So this is actually, after Nightfall and Middle Earth, is my favorite one. So I don't know, but I've only just started listening to this for besides the stream. So it's been like 2 weeks. So probably still need more time with it, but I definitely know it's a good album and that it's probably in the second half of their discography for me.
Yeah, there is.
So,
so I did find more about the album artwork, which sort of just raises more questions because they didn't make any songs about this book. But there's a book called Angelirium. It is about Enoch and angels, basically. So you are right; it is an angel.
Huh. It's not
You may recognize it. It's right there. It's basically a sort of art book with a story.
I recognize some of these other prints from other metal album covers.
Yeah, they sell the prints, so they probably just. But there he is. There's Gadriel, and it's sort of like, it's interesting, but I don't know why they picked it. Like I do like this style better than I like.
I still don't know if it fits Blind Guardian though.
Maybe it'll fit the direction they're going.
Maybe it does, and it's
But for now,
it's pretty cool. Okay.
This is an album I like enough to actually get in depth into. So
I see. Look at that.
yeah. In many ways, I think this is a return to thrashy guitar, like this sort of earlier, more thrash-driven sound they had, right? It's not quite up to, it's not quite speed, you know, but it also still has the choruses that they, and the sound for those choruses that they have developed on the past two albums, right? Which is a
I agree there.
continuation of, you know, A Night at the Opera, really.
It's not a full departure of their old.
It's more of a remeshing or a like a re-synthesis, where they redefine themselves with their current past, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, Deliver Us from Evil has a good intro. They layer the chorus. They have good guitars on it. It's sort of just a good, solid track. Damnation is similar. The chorus is definitely the most reminiscent of At the Edge of Time for me. It is not. This is an 8 that may be better. I don't know.
If you like make the chorus.
I like the verses a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
You make the chorus tighter. Secrets of the American Gods, I do agree, is probably the best one on the album. And pay attention, like, they don't do that sort of album format that they had from Tales of the Twilight World through to Imaginations that they had for At the Edge of Time and Beyond the Red Mirror. With the epic opening track. They don't have that. This is more like A Night at the Opera, I guess, where they start with two similar songs. But it's not.
I think there's still a little bit more ebb and flow between it. Like, you know, there's
there is that flow.
There's
two fast songs right here. This one has a bit of a slow chorus, but it's still fairly fast overall. Secrets of the American Gods is sort of a slow, epic song. Similar to, more like Imaginations. It's not really comparable to Imaginations, but it's that style. Maybe I'd compare it to, I don't know. You can't really, it's a good one. And I think it's sort of a sign of where they want to head. Violent Shadows is like that. I can't remember if it was this one. In the Marty Worm stream, they mentioned one had an ending, like a Metallica ending, but I don't remember which song.
Oh, you said like Battery. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't hear it when I listened to it, but I didn't like listen to both back to back, so I don't know. Life Beyond the Spheres, I think it's a little hollow. I don't know. It's sort of.
See, I really like that one.
Did not connect with it.
That's fair.
I do like the rhythm to it, like comes around again, and you sort of have a cyclical nature to it, but it doesn't connect. Architecture of Doom. This one's very dissonant, and it's very. A lot of this sound is much. You did say you have pulled back more into the range of. It's not as extravagant as a lot of the previous few albums. And I don't know
catering to Hansi's vocal range.
If they've done an album this subdued or this like restrained. Not restrained necessarily, because it does have thrashy elements to it, but like in terms of vocal intensity, right? Like Hansi sort of was out the gate. Oh, you know, majesty. Your husband. In time. And here we have Secrets of the American Gods, and you do have intense moments, but you also have very strong songs. Like Let It Be No More does really help emphasize his current vocal sort of
Mm-hmm.
range. Blood of the Elves I really like. Destiny's a good one. It's a good ending song.
It fits for the album. I definitely do.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have as many tins as the 90s albums do, but it's a good one. It's
Honestly, for like
8.33.
this era, if they give me a 10 and like 2 9s, I'm sold.
Mm-hmm.
Like 8.33. I mean, that's like right where I was at with this.
This is another sort of messy one because it is roughly equivalent to Battalions of Fear. And it could be either, it's 8.25 or 8.28, or they're like, it's neck and neck. And a lot of this stuff in this range, this 8 to 8.5 range, is just, it really just depends on the mood I'm in. Which one beats it out. You only get to really like a solid ranking when you get to probably Tales from the Twilight World and up.
Are you ready to do the full ranking all the way through?
Oh yeah, well actually, let me just.
Do you have it on here?
I have it on here, but I want to sort it first because
Okay.
I've been looking.
I can do mine real quick if you want me to.
Yeah.
Okay. So for me, no surprise. Number one, Imaginations from the Other Side. What a favorite power metal album. Favorite metal album. 2, Somewhere Far Beyond. Ranking number 3, Tales from the Twilight World. Number 4, Nightfall in Middle Earth. Number 5 was God Machine, which that maybe could change the more I listen to it, but that was just it felt right.
What happened for me was the first two albums went up. Mm-hmm. God Machine stayed the same. This was on the reissue this past week.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, for me there was the albums that I was already feeling like a little iffy about, I felt more iffy about, and the ones that I knew not as much, like I hadn't listened to as much as I should have probably, they were better than what I expected. So like God Machine number 5, At the Edge of Time number 6, A Night at the Opera number 7, Follow the Blind number 8, Battalions of Fear number 9, Twist the Myth number 10, and Beyond the Red Mirror number 11.
Yep.
What is yours, my friend?
Mine is over here. I have it on here, yeah. Imaginations. Let's see. So, Imaginations up here at the top with like a 9.6 almost. Nightfall number 2, 9.2. Then we go down to Somewhere Far Beyond. It's 3. Tales from the Twilight World is 4. Follow the Blind is at a 5. Night at the Opera is 6. Battalions of Fear 7. The God Machine's 8. And keep in mind, basically everything from, in my opinion, 5 to 8 is like, could very easily slide around each other.
Mm-hmm. I see that.
Then we have these I think are pretty much locked here in this 9 to 11
the bottom three with Twist
Beyond the Red Mirror,
yeah,
At the Edge of Time, and then A Twist in the Myth. I think I just don't think it doesn't have what I want from Blind Guardian in it, right? And Beyond the Red Mirror does have that in Throne and in the Throne and in Holy Grail, but it does also have everything you complain about it. So, but really, that's a good disagreement. I prefer disagreements where we can agree on the substance we're talking about.
Yeah. Yep. It's just different perspective, different tastes, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing the same thing. And once again, none of us ranked any of these albums lower than a 7. Like that's
better than In Flames, Scott.
Way better than In Flames. Holy shit. Probably on par with Mastodon. Like I didn't give any Mastodon album lower than a 7. But okay, the next step. You ready? Top 5 Blind Guardian songs?
Yes, I have it written up on a sheet.
What you got?
Let's do number 1.
Oh, you want to go back?
Do you want to go from number 5?
Let's do number 5 and go up.
Okay. Number 5 is Wait for an Answer.
Oh. Mine is Mirror Mirror.
Number 4. Another Holy War.
Okay. Last Candle.
The Last Candle.
Number 4. Yeah.
Number 3. The Last Candle.
The Lord of the Rings is my number 3. See, that ballad is so fucking good. You can't deny how good that ballad is.
It's good. I don't think I would. Yeah.
Gives me chills, man. Just thinking about it. Okay, number 2.
Do I go first? Number 2. Somewhere Far Beyond.
Oh shit! Somewhere Far Beyond. My number 2 as well. God, number 1.
Number 1.
It can't be the same thing. What is it?
Noldor, Dead Winter Reigns is for me.
Oh, Bright Eyes.
Bright Eyes.
Wow, Noldor as number 1.
Noldor, yeah.
That's cool.
It's better
That's
than
cool
Mirror
pick.
Mirror. But besides.
Oh, come on. Mirror Mirror is just so iconic. That chorus. I mean, like, sure, Noldor is more of an emotional raw nerve, kind of. But Mirror Mirror is just an iconic song in metal.
Noldor is to Mirror Mirror as Another Holy War is. No. Bright Eyes is to Another Holy War.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You gave Bright Eyes a 10, right? Or did you a 9 on your thing?
No, it's a 10.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's cool to see the variation there in
yes,
our ranking. Real quick, we're gonna do like 2 more subjects. First, Blind Guardian live. So we've talked about it before, or earlier on the stream. Just them in a live setting, even just watching a live recording on YouTube, is totally worth it. Through the Looking Glass is what I would absolutely recommend.
a very good band live.
Their best, yeah. I mean, it's because of them. They're like super tight. Hansi, honestly, to me, sounds great for the most part. I've seen some footage with him sounding a little blown out, but just as much of him just nailing everything. But then also the audience participation is always stellar live as well. especially
Yes.
in Through the Looking Glass, where you said it's at Wacken. I'm not sure what
I don't know.
festival,
I just remember seeing a
but holy
Valhalla
shit,
concert at Wacken, right?
yeah, that is a phenomenal concert. And then we saw them live.
Yep.
I'm share the set list.
In Carborough.
Yep, Carborough, North Carolina, in September of 2016.
16.
Yep. Mark, you're wearing the tour shirt.
Yep, that's the.
Yep. What is it? A feast for the crowd, right? On the back. Yeah. Yep. And let's see, it is the
And of course, they played the best album.
yeah,
So
September 13th, 2016.
Really the one to see.
Yeah. And this was a concert that me, Mark, and our other brother, Parker, all were able to join in on. And I don't know. It's great. It's probably one of my favorite concerts. It's in my top 5, or I'll have to think again about my favorite concerts ever. But it's definitely in the top 6 or 7. You can tell they're touring off of Beyond Through the Red Mirror, Beyond the Red Mirror. We got Ninth Wave as the opening song, but then Nightfall and Into the Storm right after that. And then you can't go wrong with Imaginations from the Other Side. And then the encore is pretty killer too. I mean, Time What Is Time. One of the better songs, off of Through the Red Mirror. And then Bard song, Mirror Mirror. And then Mark, what was the strongest moment for you? I remember it.
Did you?
Yeah. The drummer signed he signed the tom or the snare
flung it out
and flung out like a frisbee. And this is one of those memories
Parker's the one who
like,
caught it though.
Stay with me. No, you caught it.
I did catch it.
He flung it out like a frisbee. Parker jumps up and just bats it down because Parker's like 6. He's like 6'2" or some shit like that, and went right into Marc. And this was, as 2016, probably the peak of your fandom for this band.
Yes,
and you catch the drum head from the live performance. It's probably one of the top live memories, the live stuff that I have. And man, it's super cool. I wish we had the drum head down here. It is at another location currently. Yeah, but man, that will stay with us for sure. That was super cool.
It's definitely one of the best concerts. I haven't been to too many, but it's probably my number one still. I mean, I don't know if I've done enough to have more than a top 5. I probably have. Yeah,
I got some Iron Maidens under your belt and stuff.
One Iron Maiden.
One, that was it.
The one where they were doing the Book of Souls tour. And I think, on that one, Bruce Dickinson's voice cracked or whatever, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think he was going through throat cancer at the time.
Yeah, it was either right before or right after, I think.
But I know that you told me about that earlier, Moonchild, or the Seventh Son of a Seventh Son tour was the best.
That still is, I think, the first time I saw him. That was back in 2013.
Maybe if I saw that one, I think the Iron Maiden tour was better, but the Blind Guardian one was better than the Iron Maiden tour I saw.
Well, as you said, it's hard to beat this album
played
all the way through.
Yes.
It's what they did. So
yeah, they literally just played the whole album. They couldn't do that for any album.
Nah. So I guess real quick, in conclusion, what are your thoughts on this band? We've talked about them for almost 5 hours, which is impressive.
Well, they're my favorite band, probably.
Yes,
yeah,
they are.
Can say that.
They
I
are.
Can say that.
After talking about them for 5 hours, you can say it. Yeah. Nice.
You know, I always go through phases of how much I listen to any given thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But it is very nice to come back to something and really go all the way through it again. Right?
So it made you appreciate different parts of
it made me appreciate the first. So, you know this, but I started making these spreadsheets several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
For the first one I made was Blind Guardian, right? This was before you had this YouTube channel and everything, really. This was, I guess I could see when I made. I wonder if I can tell how old it is. Version history. Uh, 2021 is when I made it.
I feel like it was older
so it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, this is when I copied it into this one because my NCSU email got deleted.
I feel like that's when you sent it to me. It was probably 2021, and
yeah,
I didn't fill it out for the longest time because the longest time for me this band was only like the 4 middle albums that I was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I also have an Iron Maiden one that I've had for a long time.
Hopefully we'll use that one soon because Iron Maiden, of course, is another band. I think for the both of us, it's very important. But yeah, for me, Blind Guardian, I think they're just such a unique band in the realm of metal. They stand head and shoulders above any other power metal band, in my opinion. And I think it's really because of the focal point on storytelling and just, being in the fantasy realm solely. And then also because of just Hansi as a vocalist. I think he is a unique element and the secret weapon of this band. I mean, I was thinking in the realm of vocalists, no one else really sounds like him. Like, he almost has a unique trait similar to like in Ozzy Osbourne or Bruce Dickinson or Rob Halford, where you can immediately tell when it's Hansi. I'm not trying to say he's as good as like Rob Halford or something like that, but he's unique and you can tell when it's him. Like for some of the other like power metal bands, a lot of the vocalists sound interchangeable.
It's less about the skill.
Yeah, even like Gamma Ray or Halloween,
Well, they sound similar, yeah.
It's yeah. But Hansi thing stands alone, and then I think the approach lyrically and then like from a chorus perspective is unique as well. And I don't know, there's no band quite like Blind Guardian. And yeah, to me, favorite power metal band and just a band whose discography I can enjoy all the way through as it's demonstrated. So, anything else, Marc?
Good night.
Yeah.
And I think that's all.
Cheers. Yeah, guys. Thanks for watching. Cheers.